Markets are unpredictable, volatile, complex, but your trading journey doesn't have to be. Hola Prime TV is now live. Every trading day, join top coaches as they break down real-time setups, key levels, live trades across Forex, futures, and crypto. From Tokyo's early momentum, to London's open surge, to New York's high volatility action. We decode every move live. Get sharp analysis, clear strategies, and insights that actually make sense. And yeah, we don't just break down charts. We crack a few smiles too. Only on Hola Prime TV. This is more than content. This is infotainment and beyond. Markets are unpredictable.
What's up, guys? Richard here. Welcome to Forex Fire.
Howdy.
Hey, Michael.
Howdy, howdy.
Tiger. How's it going?
Wonderful.
Going
awesome.
Awesome day. Yep.
Nice. Did you get some sleep?
A little
Tiger's
bit.
like working 24 hours a day.
Yeah, pretty much.
Right.
It feels like it.
On the screen,
I was watching, Richard, I was watching a little bit of a documentary a few hours ago on that South African cricket player, I guess, got wrapped up in a betting scandal back in 2000. What was his name?
Hansie Cronje.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, that was quite interesting. I guess that he died in a plane crash a couple of years after all.
Yeah, weird circumstances sort of thing.
Yeah,
like
sounded
that,
pretty
when you owe
sad
people money.
downfall. Yeah,
he
that
was probably
interesting.
one of the best captains we had, and unfortunately, that is what transpired. It was a real shock in South Africa. It was, he was like a cricket god to us almost.
Yeah,
but anyway, that was a sad day, big downfall. But guys, keep your noses clean. Don't accept money from anyone else unless you made it yourself, right?
Yeah. There's nothing free in this world, right? Except for trading accounts we pass out.
Yes, no, that's for free. So, guys, to all the viewers in the chat, please do stay tuned for the remainder of our session. I do believe we'll be giving away another challenge account today, and that will be free. So, we've been giving away like hotcakes, and throughout the rest of the day, we'll be giving out some even more during the other sessions after us. All right, so, there on the screen you can see we'll be giving away, I believe, a 10K account, firstly, a free Forex challenge account. And to be eligible for that account, you need to follow the following steps, right? So it's really, really important that you subscribe to both our Hola Prime TV and global YouTube channels. Continue commenting in the sessions and do stay active, ask questions, and make sure that your email's in your YouTube bio so we can contact you, right? Again, winners will be selected live when we'll be making that name We'll be announcing that name during a session, normally around about 5:30 or 6 a.m. Central. So make sure you do follow those steps to be eligible to be a winner, especially if you've not won before. So to all our past winners, congratulations. Hope you're enjoying those accounts. If you haven't won, then today might be your lucky day. Right, so we'll be giving it away. Just got confirmation at 6 a.m. Central. So do stay tuned, guys. And hope today you're the lucky winner.
Good luck.
Right, gents, what do you got there on your side? So anything interesting happening?
I was looking at one small time frame zone, but it already blew through it. So looking on to the next opportunity.
Gotcha.
Yeah, for me, it's I'm only looking at one. This has been still a very weird week. Like I haven't had that solid setup that I'm looking for, like I normally do.
Right.
Same.
And at this stage, it's kind of easy to see the difference because, right, like I know what a Forex trade looks like, and I know that's my solid setup I'm looking for. Like I know what it looks like, and it has not come this week. Not yet.
Yep.
Not yet.
Same here.
It's probably going to be offloaded on you today or tomorrow sometime, hopefully.
Yeah. And that's kind of why I drew that diagram yesterday, right? When I mentioned that, hey, like every day the chances of that solid setup is more increased. Like technically today it's Thursday, so it's about an 80% chance that it'll be today. If not today, it's 100% chance it will happen tomorrow. Yeah. Right? That's how I like to look at it. And let's say if it doesn't happen today or tomorrow, it resets and on, next week it just kind of starts all over again. So the most important thing for me is to make sure I'm here, because now we're getting to the part where, this thing might try to catch you when you're not, when you have a day where you got something to do. Or
that is so true.
No, do not let that
happen. Just as you turn your back, something happens. You've been waiting the whole week. Yeah. Exactly. It's good to be patient, but it's also not that great when that happens, right? And it happens quite a bit, to be honest, especially to me. As you turn your back, you have something to do, then it happens.
We got something jumping up in the market right away. Something's moving markets right as we speak.
Tiger?
Yeah. What is it?
Good morning, Steve. M1N1. Thanks for joining.
Hey, Steve. Good morning. Good morning, Steve.
Morning. Well, they did just release, it looks like Trump and Putin are going to be in a meeting. Let's see here. Maybe that's why markets are moving.
I see gold just made a strong move downwards.
Yeah.
Maybe that's why.
So a lot of the currencies have too. Kremlin, a venue for the meeting between Putin and Trump has been agreed upon and will be announced later. I don't know. I don't think that would have moved markets. Just simply saying they're going to meet at a later date.
You never know these days, right?
Never know these days.
Someone knows something.
Let's see. Did he tweet anything? Okay. No, nothing recently. His last tweet was 4 hours ago. It's midnight. Billions of dollars in tariffs are now flowing into the U.S. Yep, there he goes at midnight.
Okay. I'm like, wait, what?
Yeah. Well, he signed the deal with. Well, I know Apple is paying him another $100 billion for investments, so that brings him up to $600 billion. Apple.
What?
Yeah. So they'd already pledged $500 billion a while back, but they were in the Oval Office. Tim Cook was Apple CEO Tim Cook, and he pledged another $100 billion. They're doing some data center expansions in like Kentucky and a couple other, I think another state. But that was several hours ago. So I don't know what's moved it this minute. Guess we'll have to do a little more digging.
Well, I mean, it's not huge, but something is driving gold low a little bit. Do you want to pull up some charts there, Tiger?
Yeah, sure.
If anybody can afford it, it's Apple.
Yeah, sure. Because I'm considering it. Might jump into one of these Euro-Jap shorts, or what's this other one I just had?
One of my best mates actually works as the lead engineer on Steve Jobs' super yacht. Well, no, his
Oh,
wife.
yeah.
Oh wow!
Need to read.
You said on a super yacht?
Yeah.
Nice.
You know, it's so
That's
funny
pretty
I
that
used
you
to
even
work with
say that,
super yachts
Richard.
as well.
I promise you, like 2 days ago, I literally just seen, because I get targeted on YouTube for all of those things that's close to that, and it was like a $400 million super yacht that he has. I literally just watched 20 minutes of everything that thing has, and I was mind blown.
Oh yeah.
So it was interesting.
Was that
Yeah.
Steve
Like,
Jobs?
wow.
Yeah.
I don't know. This was
It's on a
Jeff
different
Bezos.
level. Someone else's. Jeff
Yeah.
Bezos's. Yeah.
Bezos, yeah.
Is that the one with the sailing rig on it as well? It looks pretty weird.
It looks insane. I'm like, this thing's worth $400 billion, like almost. I'm sorry, 400 million. Sorry, almost $1 billion yacht. Like that's insane.
That's ridiculous.
No, it's pretty crazy.
It is.
Yeah, there goes gold. There goes silver. Had a really good spike. Nothing really on Bitcoin, but the S&P had a little spike. NASI, Dow, yeah, they all had a little spike from something. There's futures there. Not really that much on the futures, but I don't know. We'll have to do a little digging this morning.
You guys have any views on USD ZAR? Decent. I have no idea why it's headed down so over the past few days. Any takes on it?
Steve,
I don't
are you
even
South
look
African?
at that.
I look at it often, but just to see what it is versus the dollar, not really from a technical perspective, since obviously I have to convert dollars to rands because I live in South Africa. But
that's not too far from the same exchange.
Take a little look here to use dollar ZAR after.
17.5 rand. Yeah, I was just saying that's pretty close exchange rate with the peso. So that's 17.69 rand. Now 18.5 pesos.
Right.
Oh.
And good morning, Roger. Roger's FX Markets.
All right, I was looking here at Euro Japanese yen. This is the one I drew the little monster on yesterday. I did hit
the ghost.
Yeah. I mean, it's kind of bouncing in. So larger time frame, it did bounce into this higher time frame supply. Let's see what
morning,
time
Chris.
frame did I
Hey, Chris.
Morning, Chris.
Chris is the new I forget Robert shows up every day. I love that. You see,
yeah. I've actually seen Robert's name during the futures session. When I'm at home during that time, so he seems to be popping up in there.
Getting a nice spike on that supply. So I was looking. So you guys remember I was looking at that dollar yen pair yesterday, where I was being undecisive because of the volume. Yeah, it dropped all the way down. So too bad I didn't hop in it, but I just didn't get my personal signal for my system, right? So yeah, that would have been a really nice drop for a buy to cover just ahead of this demand zone here. But I slept well knowing I didn't break my rules. But sometimes these trades run off and leave me. You know, I'm looking for all my puzzle pieces, but just as sure as I would have the next time that happens, the next 2 times, the next 3 times. All right. If I don't get the volume, it'll chew right through the zone. That's just the way it works. So kind of have to sacrifice that would-be winner now and then in order to not break my rules. So
at the end of the day, Tiger, that's exactly what I do. Like you see me say the same thing and do the same thing, right? Like it's much better to just do that. And that's fine, right? Like it's okay when it happens. Because at the end of the day, that's not a missed trade or a missed opportunity. That didn't meet my criteria. So that's no setup.
Yeah, it's just like being honest with your girlfriend. She asks you if you did you mow the grass? Hey, did you weed eat around the edges? Did you go pick up my prescription? Did you go do this and that? Yes, honey. Right. Yes, of course. Oh, no, I lied.
Yeah.
I can't do that. So it's the same thing. Just be honest. Rip the Band-Aid off. You'll feel better about it. So.
It's funny, Ross, because I was just saying, I told you guys her birthday was the 24th, the Thursday before last. So we're downstairs, do the morning, good morning, happy birthday, you're special, the speech and all that stuff. And next thing you know, we get a knock on the door, and our one of the workers here, he's like, Mike, someone's here for you. And I look out, I'm like, oh, and it's a taxi driver. And he's like, Cristal? And I'm like, yeah. And he's like 1 minute. And he goes to the car, and he's coming back, and he has this huge package in his hands. And she's like, oh, babe, you're so sweet. I'm like, babe, I didn't do this. She's like,
oh no.
I know. Yeah, she's like, I know you did. You're so sweet. She's giving me hugs and stuff. I'm like, babe, to be totally honest, I don't know what's going on. I did not do this. I was like,
no. So what happened?
Balloons and Feliz Cumpleaños and coffee and breakfast sandwich and this whole thing, which I'm like, man, I'm gonna have to steal this idea to do it for someone else. But I finally told her, I'm like, look at me in my face. I didn't get this for you. Right? Yep. I could have easily took credit for that. But I'm like, we eventually found out it was one of the ladies that she works with. And she's like, oh, I thought this was you. I'm like, I told you this wasn't me. She said, you're so honest. I'm like, well, it makes me feel good that I didn't take credit for that and would have got caught later, right?
Yeah. So 100%. Keeping an eye on this Euro Japanese. So just a higher time frame, it did bounce off this zone and kind of went down 1-to-1. Didn't jump into it because of course, I think I was laying down at that time. I always am. But after it came down and made this new low, it did form another zone. So that's what it's just now bouncing off of, this little hour supply here. So I'm just going to keep an eye on that one on a 15-minute. Did get a nice spike into it with a decline, but it's kind of rolling back up again. Really good volume at the bottom. 10-minute, 5-minute. Yeah. So, yeah. Might keep an eye on this. Like to maybe see it touch the zone again, or maybe even look at it on a 5-minute time frame. Look at this supply here within the hour. So got a 5-minute. Well, I got all my alerts hitting now. What's that?
Hey, good morning, Maria. Good morning. Looks like Steve's saying he's new to Hola Prime, but loving the discussion so far. Well, welcome.
Well,
we're here every day.
Morning. Good morning, Steve.
Same bat time, same bat delivery. And then Tiger looks like Mr. Peaks has a question.
Oh, supply and demand. Yeah, I'll touch on that a little bit. I was trying to look up some visuals. Actually, yeah, I do have something I can share, I believe. So, yeah, after the news or after you do your immediate setups, guys, I'll just go into a little bit of a spiel on that. I do have a visual on some of the old curriculum that I have from my previous, from this online trading academy that I went to. And I think everything's covered up, so there's no marketing or anything on there. So I should be good to share it without making the lawyers upset. So I should be good. Right. Yeah, there's no marketing. I double checked that earlier. So it'll just basically be a little bit of a visual on how to score the zones to make sure you're getting good zones. So yeah, good. Thanks for that, Mr. Definitely going to jump on that after these two gents, after my news piece, and then after these two gents go over their setups. Okay, so Aussie Swiss. Aussie Swiss is still at a -5, so just barely in the bearish camp. And then I've also got this Euro Japanese pair. That's a -6, so it's a little bit better of a. But yeah, see, we're getting, if you look at a 4-hour, probably even a 1-hour, 2-hour, 4-hour. Okay, so it hit the zones, but you can see it's getting a lot of bullish push back up right after it bottom fell out of it. So that's not looking too good. at the moment. Probably going to end up ignoring that. That's pretty bullish candle. I mean, obviously, we still got a ways for that 4-hour candle to close, but what's that, 5 o'clock, 4 o'clock? Yeah. 4 o'clock.
Right.
Yeah, definitely. Probably going to end up past that. But we'll keep an eye out.
Nice.
Yeah, plus this hour candle here, it was a big expanded range candle, but the volume really didn't go as high as I would have wanted it to for that size of a candle. So kind of a fake move. Guess we'll find out. It's a pretty picture, though.
Is that the sound that Monster makes?
Like a screw.
I might.
So something I thought was really cool, guys, was I was checking out one of the Hola Prime interviews, of course, and I saw one of the guys, Tom Rogers. He just had an interview with Sam, and looks like he got a $14,000 payout, and they had an interview, so
nice.
Super cool. Before that, we had a call maybe a month ago, I want to say, something like that. Actually, I can look it up and see, but we had a call before he jumped on. Yeah, this was Wednesday, July 2nd, so a little more than a month ago, almost 2 months ago. Yeah, 2 months ago. But his question, which I thought was interesting, was he's super close to a payout. For passing his challenge and getting funded. And he wanted to know, what mistakes a lot of these traders make once they're funded. And we had a great conversation, guys. It was really great. And super cool guy. I like him. He's awesome. And it was just super cool for me to see that not only did he get funded, not only did he get a $14,000 payout, but he had an interview with us too.
My goodness.
Nice.
That's what I'm talking about right there.
Yeah, it's really weird. When I won't name the company, but one of the first ever in the prop trading sort of online space, I think it was in 2015, I passed a challenge account after about 3 attempts. And on the third attempt, I actually made it. And on the second two, I got extremely close to actually passing the second phase, because it was one of those Sec 2 phase challenges. And I just couldn't do it. And I think it's just like that, you're getting scared that you're not going to actually pass it, or you're so close, and then in 1, 2, 3 trades, I just blew the whole thing. And actually my maximum drawdown was met, or daily maximum drawdown and stuff like that. It's it's crazy how that can play on your psyche. But good to hear that he passed, especially then going further and then actually being able to withdraw cash as well. That's awesome.
Yeah,
profits.
I love it. I figured I'd share that with you guys. But yeah, that was awesome.
It's good news. Good news.
Good stuff. I'm just keeping an eye on this potential setup on Aussie Swiss. I just really would like to see a little bit more volume, as always. That's a good volume candle. It's the waiting game, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, declining volume. That's the correct size, though, because of the smaller candles. Yeah, I like it. Look how tiny that candle was with all that volume at the bottom. That's a pretty good looking candle. Maybe just one more little bounce up. Maybe a break of this structure, and might be selling this sucker. Aussie Swiss. Yeah, again, just it's a -5. So the CPI report favors the Swiss. So does the unemployment rate, the interest rates, the GDP, seasonality. Not really getting any help on the sentiment on this one. The COT report's neutral. The retail buyers and sellers are quite neutral. So it's basically a matter of, take a look at the trend real quick. See what we got on here. So this is the one, Aussie Swiss. Just go back over here for a second. Yeah, this is the one where, if I reset, we had the little chop fest going on. And yeah, had this 4-hour zone back here, a little further back in time. Pretty good little, what's the word? I'm blanking on my terms. Fair value gap coming out of it.
Yeah.
A little bit. Not the greatest, but better, decent. Obviously broke this low. And gonna take a stab at it. I mean, if this one fails for any reason, I got this other 4-hour zone just above it. But yeah, essentially, I'm selling over this fair value area. Sell up here, right? So we'll buy the cover down below. Throw that one up there. A little bit of a demand. I can put that up. That'll be my profit target potentially. So that's what I'm currently looking at. Just want to get me a decent little. Okay, so that's pretty. I'm thinking that's looking pretty good now. Go back to my 15-minute. No, not my 5-minute. 15. All right, what time is it? 3:26. So basically, going to wait for the 15-minute candle to close. If it closes towards the bottom here, then I'll look for a break of that. Actually, drop that a little bit. Just taking a look here. Small.
Close.
Pretty close.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. Waiting for the 3:30 candle.
Yes.
As long as we close below, at the bottom there, unless we get a big fat spike up, right, then I'll probably hold off. But got 2.5 minutes to figure that out.
Sweet.
Cool. Just a word to Steve, right? Steve did ask about the US dollar US dollar rand, Forex Fire. We're going to have news in about 3 minutes' time. Tiger might get into a trade here, so just replying to Steve that asked about the USD ZAR. Then after news, we could definitely take a look at the dollar index. It's some pretty cool technical happenings that happened of late, and I'll show you what it is that I've seen and probably another reason why the dollar index is moving lower. So obviously with the dollar index moving lower, weakening, the rand is gaining strength, but we've also been slapped with 30% tariffs. I think it was on Monday. So how all this is going to play out with the weakness in the dollar, the tariff whole thing, I mean, I don't know. It's a difficult one, but we'll definitely have a look at USD ZAR for you after the news.
Well, since I got news, I'm going to put the sell stop on this just so that I didn't even freaking move I forgot to move my take profit a little deeper.
Good morning, Ash.
That way I don't lose it. I don't want it to run off without me while I'm flapping my lips. But I will say, because we're sitting at about 40 seconds left.
That being said, it's like Michael was saying, as soon as you have to do something, then something happens, right? Yeah. When was it last week? Twice during our actual break. While I was chomping down on my chicken burger or something, I missed 2 trades. It's like, damn it.
Yeah. Well, that's part of the reason I got into that Nikkei trade the other day, because I did the same thing. I put a sell stop order, a buy stop order on, because I was in the middle of being busy doing something else. So I didn't want to get in it. And then when the price came back around, it got me in. I actually was planning not to take the trade. So it ended up profiting a cup of coffee, but it's just funny.
Yeah.
It's Murphy's Law. You get busy, and that's when you miss it. Or that's when it triggers you when you decided against it.
Yeah.
So, but yeah, I'm ready for the news whenever. I haven't. At least I won't lose that one. I'll keep an eye on it.
We got news. If you want to, we can definitely quickly switch over to you if you're ready.
Yeah.
To all viewers, we do have a news segment generally at 3:30 Central. brought to you by Coach Tiger. Just going through the economic calendar and everything that he thinks is important to take note of. So over to you, Coach Tiger, with the news.
Right.
We'll be back with some
run
live charts afterwards.
Run to the newsroom.
Well, good morning, traders. Happy August 7th, Thursday morning over in Europe. It is 3:30 a.m. Anti-meridium here in the U.S. There's your useless fact of the day. Anti-meridium is a.m. So, welcome back to Forex Fire, your go-to source for the latest market-moving news. Let's break down yesterday's key events and what's on tap for today in the Forex and commodity markets. Oil rebounds on inventory draw. Trade tensions lingered. WTI crude oil clawed back some losses. It's currently trading around the 64.10 level early this morning after a 5-day slide. The rebound came as U.S. crude stockpiles fell by 3.029 million barrels last week, far exceeding the expected 1.1 million barrel draw. This suggests demand remains resilient despite broader economic concerns. However, gains were capped by potential U.S.-Russia talks. President Trump hinted at a possible meeting with Vladimir Putin of Russia next week, easing fears of supply disruptions tied to the Ukraine conflict. But trade tensions are still simmering. Trump doubled tariffs on Indian goods over their Russian oil purchases with the new 25% levy, which is taking effect August 28th. That's the day after my birthday, by the way. So there you go. He also warned of additional tariffs on China, sparking fears of a demand slowdown. Analysts caution that escalating tariffs could hurt global growth, weighing on oil prices long term. Dollar weakness as Fed rate cut bets grow. So the U.S. dollar index, the Dixie, slipped to 98.10, extending losses as traders priced in a near 95% chance of a September Fed rate cut, following last week's soft jobs data. San Francisco Fed President Mary Daly acknowledged progress on inflation, but warned that the battle is not over yet, while other officials like Susan Collins highlighted lingering economic uncertainty. Technically, the Dixie is testing key support near the 98 level, with resistance at the 50-day EMA 98.5 level. A break lower could see a slide toward 97.7, while reclaiming the 50-day EMA might revive bullish momentum. Aussie rides trade surplus. RBA cut looms. So the Aussie dollar US dollar currency pair did climb to 0.65 level after Australia's trade surplus surged to $5.37 billion in June, which smashed the forecast. Exports jumped 6%, while imports dipped 3.1%. However, the Aussie's upside may be limited next week. The RBA is widely expected to cut rates by 25 basis points, down to 3.6% as inflation cools. China's trade data also lent support, with exports rising 8% year over year in July. But Trump's tariff threats toward Beijing and even Japan, where a 15% additional levy is reportedly being considered, kept risk sentiment in check. Euro and pound await central bank signals. So the euro-pound currency pair dipped as well to 0.873 level after German industrial production slumped 1.9% month over month, worse than expected. Meanwhile, the Bank of England is expected to cut rates by 25 basis points today, lowering its benchmark from 4.25% down to 4%. Traders will scrutinize Governor Andrew Bailey's comments for clues on future easing as well. Moving over to the Euro-USD pair, currency pair, it is holding steady near the 1.1675 level, unfazed by Germany's weak data. The EU paused retaliatory tariffs against the U.S., but Trump warned that the bloc must honor trade commitments or face a 35% blanket tariff, a potential headwind for the euro. Looking over at the safe havens, they are shining amid the tariff jitters. So gold actually edged higher toward $3,400 per troy ounce as Trump's tariff threats fueled demand for havens. Reports of potential new U.S. levies on Japan added to the risk-off tone. Silver also gained, trading near the $38.05 level, supported by a softer dollar and Fed cut expectations. So just a couple of key events ahead. Again, we do have the Bank of England rate decision today. I believe that was at, let me see here, 6 a.m. Central Standard Time. So that's 7 o'clock New York time, where once again, they are expected to drop 25 basis points. Governor Bailey's going to flap his lips 30 minutes later at 7:30 New York time. And we'll have our unemployment claims here in the U.S., our weekly report, an hour later at 8:30 Eastern Standard Time, where they are expected to increase their unemployment claims by 3,000. So we'll see how close they are to that. Other than that, nothing else of huge importance today. Canada's IVPMI report comes out. And then, of course, President Trump speaks at 4 o'clock New York time later on. So, as always, every time he opens his mouth, tweets, puts on a Truth Social post, it's just a good idea to at least know what's coming out so you can be aware of it for your trade. So that's about all I have for the moment. With that, back to you guys. We'll get back into some charts.
All right. Tiger, that was quick, getting back to your lounge like that.
Yeah, well, I think I'm just going to leave this up chance. Actually,
that's awesome as usual. Yeah, I'll be honest. The useless fact of the day was pretty cool. Maybe you should add that to the thing. I didn't know that's what AM stood for.
Antemeridium, and then PM is post meridium. So it just basically means after midday or before midday. Yeah. After midday.
Always learn something new every day.
Yeah. I'll start finding a useless fact of the day and throw in there.
That'd be cool. Tiger.
I like it.
Did your trade set up there?
It's getting close. I put a sell stop in a little lower than that 15-minute candle. Okay. Yeah, so subject to change my mind, right? But we are getting some volume coming. Let me see, what's my 1-minute candle? Yeah, we're getting a little volume. I might just leave this thing on. I feel pretty confident in it. Yeah, I put a sell stop just a little below that 15-minute candle, so got a nice little head and shoulders on a 1-minute time frame.
The wonky one.
For that. Yeah. Got kind of like a big shoulder.
It's like right? Michael's like bat, wonky bat.
Yeah, wonky bat.
It is.
Yep.
That'd be nice. This structure, there you go, right there. Like for me, I'll be taking it right here.
Yeah.
The break below that neckline right there. Yeah.
I mean, there's another option.
It right here.
Yeah. Another option just depends on how somebody wants to do it, neckline to neckline, or I'm just basically doing it a few pips lower, just to prove itself, because it's only a pip difference anyway, pip and a half. Pipping ain't easy.
Right.
And young Joshua, our winner from yesterday, how's it going? Good morning. Thanks for joining. Hopefully you got your account set up already. No sleep narrator. Good morning. Ash Guru is doing laundry by the looks of it and listening to us while he's doing that. Good stuff. Thank you.
Deal.
Wise.
Good deal.
You're well domesticated by the looks of things.
Multitasking. Yeah. You got to do it, especially when you're trading. You can't sit and stare at a chart all day. It's good to have alerts, get up and be active, take care of your house chores. There's nothing better.
Absolutely.
Nothing better than working at home to where you can focus on stuff like that.
100%.
Coach Tiger.
Yo.
Do you mind if I share my screen? I'll just quickly go
through the dollar index.
Maybe a quick quiz there at gold as well. And again, if you get set up there, want to show something, we'll quickly switch back to you.
Sure thing.
Right, this is for Steve or anyone else interested in the current dollar weakness. Steve's question was, why is the dollar ZAR, which is the dollar rand currency pair, Why is the rand weakening? Well, simply because the dollar is weak, right? We are getting hit with tariffs as well in South Africa, which is around 30% tariffs, I believe, which, it's not really balancing out why the rand's actually strengthening at the moment. But just from a pure technical perspective, if you look at the DIX here or the dollar index, this is a chart I've shown, I think, beginning of this week. We were looking at a move higher here from a very certain area since the beginning of July already. I use market geometry and quite often different types of market geometry tools like your channels, your pitchforks, sometimes a bit of fibs thrown in there as well, whether they're extensions or retracements. But from a pure market geometry perspective, we had three very distinctly different angles that crossed round about the 1st of August. It's actually a little bit before. Yeah, it was on the 1st of August. And this is on a 4-hour time frame. To quickly talk you through the market geometry angles that I got here, very simply put, I took a channel from a previous lower low to this lower low on the 1st of July. Extended that to get the width to this high was set on the 12th of May. Right, that gave me the width of a channel as well as the angle of the channel. The high last week hit that channel's upper limit, but not just that, we also have an upper red warning line of a shift pitchfork using the 3 anchor points prior to the swing to the upside. The start of the swing, this higher high over here and this higher low over here, giving me that red upper red warning line also crossing right there where price actually intersected, or where these different angles intersected. Now you see I've got this white line here. It's just a different setting on the actual pitchfork. This is the Alan Andrews pitchfork setting. Just to visually show you what I mean by that. I just drew that so it's not too cluttered on my chart. If I go to original, you see it's the same angle, right? So 2 pitchforks, different angles, right, sloping in different directions, as well as the upper channel, right within that circle is where price hit last week Friday, and we had a very strong decline lower. Is this because of market geometry? No, definitely not. It's just, I don't know, it's market geometry. We are trying to explain why it is that it works like this. I don't know, maybe it's sort of times. It's a really good timing tool. I think it's probably the best sort of explanation. But we then have seen a very strong decline in the dollar index. I'm still assuming currently, or unless things change, that all we've seen here was a zigzag, an A, a B, and a C. C wave ending right at a confluence area of different market geometry lines, or where they crossed, strong sell-off. We had a fair value gap that obviously formed, and this I actually took on the daily, I believe it was. Yeah, on the daily time frame. We're also looking at that beginning of this week. Price pulled back into the fair value gap, found resistance. If I have to switch back to my weekly time frame, 4-hour. And just zoom back into the price action here. I was thinking that price would, at least if it pulled back into this fair value gap, maybe retest this upper median line around 99.27. Price was too weak and just continued lower. Then I was saying the next target to the downside would at least be the center median line, which was at 98.34. I updated that slightly yesterday, but you can see price sliced through that like a butter. So this even further raises the confidence for me that this potential was just a zigzag ABC, and that the dollar index is now potentially heading lower. Now, while price makes its way lower, if it does do that, we could get moves like this. It might not be a smooth ride downwards. So we'll have to keep things updated for you if you continuously want to, check in on what the dollar rand is doing, or what the dollar index is doing, right? Because once the dollar index does one thing, then obviously the cross-currency pairs trade first, the dollar would do something else, or the opposite, right? So that's it for me on the dollar index. If we were to head slightly lower today, it's sort of hanging here in the middle of the air currently. The next sort of target would be maybe this area over here, right? I'm going to leave this line there at 98.36 in case price would retest that, maybe give a rejection. But it has not met this upward sloping 50% dash median line here. And we also have that channel, this white line sloping downwards, very close to that median line there, the dashed one. So if I had to drop in some price levels there, then should price continue lower today, we could potentially hit 97.91. That's the upper limit. Towards the lower limit, 97.77. Might be an area of support. So I must probably make that green for support. It could look something like that. All right, price is sort of hovering slightly above that, but I would definitely think this is definitely an attainable target, i.e. more weakness. Again, it doesn't say that we could, in the near term, have a retest of that median line. If we do get a move back upwards, this is what we call a flush of a median line, or a zoom of a median line. Often when that does happen, you'll get a retest of it, or what we call a kiss goodbye. A zoom, retest, what they call kiss goodbye, and then a continuation lower. Again, so we're just using this as like a framework, the market geometry, as to where price, if it does move towards these lines, where it could find support and resistance. And blending that with a little bit of pattern analysis. This time using a little bit of Elliott wave analysis on the patterns here, and blend it with market geometry. You can form some sort of a case, like some detective, right? Like if price hits there, gives a rejection, maybe the correction's over there. Where should we be then logically heading towards? Maybe towards new lows. So I'm working under that assumption that we've seen an ABC, i.e. why the rand is actually weakening or strengthening versus the dollar, Steve. That being said, it might take quite a while before we start seeing maybe a bit more strength in or weakness in the rand again because of the tariffs. But I don't know how those things work, to be dead honest. It might take a while before we really see the effects of that. Maybe the rand will weaken then a little bit, although the dollar is moving lower. But who on earth knows? Just from a pure technical perspective, the dollar index has been moving lower. So the rand's been strengthening a little bit. Therefore, that's why the rand is probably stronger at the moment versus the dollar. Yeah, it is. It's weird. Technical size, the push down is very confusing. So it's all I can do really is look at the technicals currently from what I'm seeing, and that's probably why it's happening. Like I mentioned, the tariffs, when that probably kicks in, you start seeing the effect on the economy. Then, although economy is not that great at the moment anyway, but even worse worsens further because of the tariffs, then maybe we'll see the dollars are strengthen again. Right, so that's my take on the dollar index. Tiger,
what's going there? It's just been a crazy week. I mean, between the tariff news, the remnants of the NFP report last week, obviously the tariffs, the new news Apple just got. I mean, there's a lot of different miscellaneous things just causing a little bit of chaos. Nobody knows which way the market's going. It goes up a little, it goes down a little, goes up a little. It's just basically trade sideways, like in a contraction, like a big contraction box all week. So it's just very tough to pick a side when it's going like that. That's why we just got to be patient and wait till it starts trending or something. Because if we're just jumping into a lot of these trades, we're just guessing, right? We don't really have a trend, an established trend to follow. But that's part of the fun of putting the puzzle pieces together.
All right, guys. We'll look later. I'll cover the gold charts as well as crude oil for you. Maybe a bit on the FTSE. But back to you, Tiger.
Oh, okay. Yeah, just still sitting there sideways. Let's go through a couple. What time is it? Oh, 3:50. Yeah, we can flip back on over to. Oh, we're already on my chart. Sorry. F11, F11. What was I going to say? Yeah, a lot of these have just been just a bunch of. I mean, this is a daily time frame, but you just get a lot of sidewaysness, right? It's nothing too. Look at dollar swing, just straight sideways over the last few days. Oh, get rid of that guy.
No, my iPad that I'm looking at is off. I have to step away and get my charger in a second.
Oh, okay. But yeah, for me, again, I know that there's not a whole lot going on because I'm getting a lot of neutral stuff. I mean, it seems like each day I've had 2 or 3 top setups fall off to the neutral list, right? So today I've got only 8 bearish ones. Now I had like 13, 14 a couple days ago, or well, I should say before the NFP came out on Friday. But yeah, I'm down to about 8 items I can sell and only about 4 items I can buy. So that's 12 items. There was one point last week I had like 25 different items I was looking at. So, when I lose half of my top setups, meaning a lot of them went, got off the bullish or the bearish bias, it tells me it's kind of doing a little bit of sideways stuff overall. But yeah, just taking a quick look. So I've obviously got that one trade working. Nikkei is still my most bullish pair. Give me a score of a 9. So let's just see if anything has changed on there. Nikkei. Getting a nice little push back up again over the last handful of days. I don't think anything's really changed on this, except I think we do have a new demand zone I can color in. Or can I? What's that look like beside it? A little chop fest, huh? So I'm going to ignore that demand zone. And the fact that there's not a whole lot of volume coming out of that leg out candle down here. See how tiny that candle is, right? The first green candle beside the blue ones. So nice looking expanded range candle exiting the basing action. Love that, but just no volume, and we got this sideways chop fest. So I need to buy under that because that's fair value. If that's fair value, that would be the same as a point of control, right? For the way the futures traders look, like Coach Darrell, he was on my show last night with me. He was talking about avoiding those point of controls. He's looking for those low volume nodes, right? Around the big volume nodes when it comes to futures trading. So this is really a similar type of a concept. It's just location on the chart. I don't want to be in the chop zone, so I want to find an undervalued spot. So yeah, nothing's really changed on the Nikkei. That zone did create just to kind of tease me, but I'm gonna dance with the one that brought me. I'm gonna stick with my girl down here, right?
Right.
All right.
I'll say don't bring sand to the beach.
Tiger, we got a quick question here from No Sleep Narrator.
Yeah.
If you don't mind. Asking how did each of you guys get into trading and why?
Well, mine's real simple.
Michael? Oh, Tiger?
Yeah, I can.
I'll tell you as well. No worries. You guys first.
One. Michael, you want to go?
Page before.
Yeah, I see it too. I got a whole story about this, but I'll give the abridged version of it, right? I was living in Fort Lauderdale, Florida at this point, and one of my guys, he was always begging me to come to the Starbucks with him and his friend. And I would always kind of brush him off, and I'm like, yeah, I'm gonna show up one day. Yeah, I'll come. And one of the days I'm actually out, and we pass the Starbucks, and he comes running out. He's like, Mike, you finally came. I'm like, oh, I wasn't actually even coming to Starbucks to see you. He just happened to be there. But there was this yellow Lamborghini outside, and he's like, me and Caesar are in here trading. And I'm like, oh, okay. What? He's like, that's his Lambo. I'm like, oh, okay. I'm like, this is his car? He was like, yeah. I'm like, okay. So he caught my interest with that right there, to be totally honest. Yeah. So we go inside. They got laptops and mini monitors that they didn't brought. They made a whole trading station in the corner of a Starbucks, basically.
Oh.
And I'm like, what is going on? Yeah, it looked crazy. He's like, we always go to Starbucks because they got food and coffee and all this stuff. I'm like, oh, okay, whatever. But long story short, the guy, his name was Caesar. That's who I thought his car was. He made $2,375 right in my face in like 2 hours, right inside of a Starbucks. And in that moment, I said, "What the hell is this?"
I want in.
Right? Yeah, I want in. Yeah, I'll definitely come around now. I'm sorry for even taking this long. Right? And yeah, and it was going down was the funny part about it, right? The trade or the stock, whatever, was going down. And I'm like, how did he make money off of this? And it went down. And he said, Mike, you can make money if it goes up or down. And I said, really? And he bust out laughing right in my face, like as though I didn't know anything, right? And he's like, come to the house. And sure enough, the very next day I was at his house. He had a huge house in like the west side, like 8-bedroom house. His wife was there. She made breakfast for us every day. So I got on my little 49cc scooter and rode about 20 minutes west and went to his house every day in the morning before the stock market opened up, ate breakfast over there, and slowly but surely, that's how I got hooked, so to speak. And
that's great.
Yeah, we were trading stocks back then, though. He needed the PDT, so he needed like 25K. I knew nothing about that. I'm like, man, he has this huge house. He's a little bit older than me, right? So I'm like, of course he has 25,000. At that point in my life, I didn't have 25K to just throw into something like this. But yeah, I learned a lot in like the basis from him. And then, yeah, from there, I kind of bumbled between options, binary options, finally found Forex. And yeah, found my footing after years and years of chart time. And that's why I'm here today.
Yep.
And tell me, Michael, does your friend still trade?
No, he doesn't. He drives trucks for a living.
He does what?
Right.
Drives trucks.
He's a truck driver. Yeah, like the
So
18-wheelers across
Lambo?
So yeah, the Lambo was not. So funny enough, that Lambo was not his. That was his friend's. His name was Caesar. And come to find out, Caesar didn't have money either. Caesar's dad had money. They owned a pool shop. So he gave that back. That wasn't his. The next time I seen him, I was like, "Where's the Lambo?" He's like, "Oh, that was just my dad's." He's like, he's back. In South Florida, Miami, Fort Lauderdale, everybody has a Lambo, so it wasn't that big of a deal. But me being young, I thought that was his. Before I knew people even flex for other people, right? Like I didn't know that was a thing back then. So he just riding his dad's Lamborghini around while his dad's out the country. That's actually what happened. But yeah.
Well, it worked for you though. It got you.
It did.
It was kind of.
It did.
It was kind of a white lie, right? Kind of a lie, but you bought it, and then you took the good route of that. So that's awesome. Yeah.
Funny enough, he still sends me messages to this day on Facebook, and he says, I'll tell him like, thanks for getting me, addicted to this. And he said, I can't believe you're still trading and like actually had success with this. Like, good job for you. Like he's about, I think 20 years older than me. But he always gives me so much props. Like, dude, you're going to be something huge, like keep it up. I'm proud of you. I'm glad, even though I'm not in it, I'm glad you continued the journey. And literally I was like, when I get super rich to the point where I can just do something crazy for him, I'm gonna make sure I take care of him, like on some. I'm here because of you. Of course. In a weird, strange,
you're gonna buy him a Lambo,
twisted way.
Get him his own Lambo,
right?
so you can call it his. There you go.
Yeah. The problem with the Lambo is it's all the insurance and stuff, right? It's not just the Lambo.
Yeah.
Well,
so yeah, that's my story. No sleep narrator. That's how I got here.
Yeah. Well, I probably got started for the same reason probably a lot of people at that time got started. I got started after watching Wolf of Wall Street. I just fell in. I freaking loved the movie so much. I'm like, well, I want to do all this. Maybe not all the illegal stuff,
but the parties.
The adrenaline rush.
The wild parties.
That kind of got me started, but yeah, and then from there, I watched that movie over. I mean, I watched it a handful of times, and then I just started
Me
looking
and you
around
both.
online. Yeah, that's really what sparked my interest to begin with. I mean, I'd always heard of trading, but I just started doing a little research, and I found some kind of broker on there, and I created a demo account. I didn't know what I was doing, and I waited until I saw a price moving up, and I hit the buy button, and I closed it out for like a handful of pips. It was, I think, Apiary Fund was the name of the company. Closed it out for like
I heard
5 or 10.
Yeah, that sounds familiar. Yeah.
Yeah.
Sounds
But I closed it out for like a 5 or a 10 pip winner. I'm like, oh, I can do this. I'm sold. So yeah, I won on my first demo trade without knowing what the heck I was doing. Thought I was something. So I'm like, well, I'm sure I probably got lucky on that. So I had heard, because in Kansas City here where I live, there used to be an online trading academy not too far from me, about 15 minutes away. So I just happened to see it advertised on, I think, Facebook one day. And me and my then wife, who's from Mexico, we decided to go take a class. So we took a stock trading class. It was a week-long class. And from there, that's where I realized you needed $25,000 to start an account. Well, I didn't have that. But then I started doing a little more research, and they gave Forex classes as well. And I searched that, researched that, and saw that you could, at that time, get started for as low as like $5,000. So I said, well, that sounds like a little more manageable. We could probably figure something out. And then I found another broker that said I could get started with 2,000. So boom, jumped in, went and took the class. And those classes are great because you get lifetime retakes. And so I ended up retaking both of those, the stock class and then the Forex class. This was 2014 and 2015. And just jumped into a small little 2K Forex account and just kind of wandered around in the wilderness for a handful of years and never blew that account. Believe it or not. I mean, because that was one of the things they really, really preached was risk management, like capital conversation. So that was ingrained into my head. And so, I did draw that account down quite low, but never officially blew it. I still have it today. So I'm kind of surprised I never blew it. But yeah,
wow.
I realized I had a talk with an options coach here a few, 5-6 years ago. And I told him my situation. And I said, yeah, that account's, pretty low, but I haven't blown it. And he said, congratulations. Like most people
never happens.
Before I heard the stat,
that almost never happens.
Lose 90% of their account in 90 days. And so, that made me feel a little better. He said, as Tiger, it sounds like you've got all the knowledge you need. You just got to make it work for you. Because at that time I thought I was still seeking knowledge, right? Seek more knowledge. Well, reality is I had all the knowledge in my head. I just had to kind of streamline it. So when he told me that, that's where I streamlined everything and found fundamental and sentiment analysis to add to my technical analysis. And then that's where everything started falling into place. So yeah, good stuff. But that's my story. That's my story on that.
Cool. Well,
How you, Richard?
Still around. Otherwise, we wouldn't have met you.
Richard, you're up.
Yep.
Oh, my turn. I also got a pretty funny story. I started dabbing in Forex. It pretty much the idea came from trying to invest online about 16 years ago, really. And that's after my brother he tried to become a professional rugby player. He got injured, and then he went to go down the road of actually becoming a referee. So you can actually get good schools to become an international referee, so forth. He was pursuing that for a while. He didn't really like it, and then somehow he met someone that was trading at some investment firm, some top dude over there, and they became friends. And he picked up that my brother had a talent for the investment game, where this working for, I think it was for a hedge fund or something, one of the big companies here in South Africa. And anyway, long story short, he started going through the exams, and he was like top of his class. Like, out of the blues, we never expected my brother to actually, get into that field. And right as he was supposed to start a job, he unfortunately passed away in a car accident. And I was working at the time in Mallorca in Spain. when that happened, and obviously came down for the funeral, all that sort of stuff, and then met this guy that we were supposed to start working for. And that's how I got my interest into Forex. That was 16 years ago. And then I started, or actually, yeah, it was 16 years ago. And then basically I was working overseas at the time, came back to South Africa. I'm just going to get my story straight. I had a concrete countertop business where we were doing concrete countertop molds, basins, baths, mostly in the residential areas, or the industrial, residential sort of niche. And I hurt my back during an installation. And I started really hating the job. It was really hard grind for little pay. And I thought, like, maybe I should pursue this Forex thing. And then I got into Forex trading a little bit. Back then, I bought all of the expert advisors that you could possibly find. And obviously just kept on blowing accounts one after the other. And I didn't really take it that serious. But the bug bit, like you said, Tiger, and I just kept on pursuing it. But very quickly knew that I had to, gain the knowledge to do this properly, and probably also meet people that were actually making money, right? Not people saying that they were making money, but that were actually making money. Then that friend I told you about it actually works now as an engineer on Steve Jobs' super yacht. He introduced me to guys here that ran a prop trading firm. I'm saying prop trading firms, not like we have here at Hola at the moment, or these online prop trading firms. It was an actual prop trading firm. So I had to pass some exams to be able to trade equities here. Not trading other people's money, but your own money. So that worked back then is like once you accepted and you passed all your board exams, that you could actually then let's say put down $3,000 or something like that. Then they'll leverage that or give the extra amount up to 10 or 20 times. So I had like buying power of let's say $30,000, right? But what was different there is you had to pay your desk fees. You had to part with 50% of all the commissions or the profits that you made, if you made profits. But it was really great is that you were taken under the wing by two real good actual ex-floor traders. Like, the NASDAQs and the pit traders. We had the same sort of thing here in South Africa at the JSE back in the days, not anymore. But they used to be there, in the thick of things and knew how to do this properly. And they basically trained me, took me under the wing. But to be honest, it was quite fast-paced. I had to learn quite a lot. Executed in excess of myself 10, 20, 30 trades a day. Some other guys were doing almost like 80 to 100 trades a day. Basically scalping different equity markets.
Wow. That's crazy.
And obviously your commission racks up and you have to make money. It was insane. And I was sort of just like breaking even a little bit, making a little bit money, but then after the desk fees and the commission split and all that, I wasn't really getting anywhere. So I decided to go on my own and dabbled a little bit in stocks. I didn't like that too much. Then I discovered futures, which I really liked, and options as well. And that's when I actively pursued someone outside of the, how can I say, the guys, there was a good mentor. It took some convincing to actually get this guy to help me out. And he taught me a lot about futures markets and options trading, futures options. And that really also bit, and I just went on my own. And even then I wasn't making money properly, but slowly with some dedication, hard work, losing money head over fist, I eventually started becoming more, consistent. And thanks to, I would say, partially myself, my hard-headedness, I think, to my family that, always stood by me. They never said, like, you should stop doing this. This is just crap. You're not making money. You need to do something real or stuff like that. That was never there. So I always had support from my family, my folks. which I'm really, really, really glad about, or privileged that was the case. And just kept with it. Studied a lot, lots of hours behind the charts. And at some stage, someone from the US actually headhunted me and asked me if I wanted to, create a course for them using market geometry. And they wanted something that's a little bit, off the beaten track when it comes to analysis side of things, which market geometry is. So I wrote a whole full course for them. They white labeled it pretty much, so it wasn't really my property, although, everything in my head is still my property. But they sold something like 5,000 copies of that, got royalties for that. And then, got pursued by Hola Prime again after those folks to see if I want to join the team. And I was like, yeah, absolutely, because I love working with people. And I do find that it even improved my own trading, to be dead honest. Rather than sitting alone in an office, trading can be a very lonely journey, that's for sure.
Yes,
for sure.
That's also why it's nice being with you guys, Michael and Tiger, on a daily basis. It's just nice chatting.
For sure.
Lighthearted sometimes, but also serious sometimes, and everyone in the chat as well. It's great actually having a community. Where back in the past it was just me sitting in an office. I didn't want to work from home. That was my first requirement. I need an office where I can disconnect from home, come to work, treat trading as a proper business. And basically, I've been doing that for ages now. And so it's very important, I think, to reach out to traders like us. So everyone in the chat there, I think you've got a really good opportunity, should I say it that way, to ask questions, pick our brains. There's some amazing other traders here at Hola Prime as well. All of them are. And we're here to help. So I'm just saying, you're in a really good position where you can have a sense of community. That's all I'm really trying to say. Back in the days, I was just stuck in the office on my own, and it can become very lonely. I don't know if you guys had the same sort of
for sure. It gets lonely. I mean,
experience with that.
Just having somebody to talk to about this stuff, right? Because it's like, I don't know, in a weird way, it's like in a TV show or a movie, you want to tell people about it because it's a good movie or a show, and no one's seen it. You're like, never mind.
Yeah. Well,
look, it's like sister, my Sorry,
my sister and also my girlfriend. I'll start talking about whatever the NFP report dropping on Friday or the tweets or the tariffs, and everybody looks at me and they're just gaping their mouth open like they're drooling. They're like,
exactly.
What?
Right. That's what I was going to say. Like your family or even my wife got no clue whatsoever. They know I trade, and that's about it. When it comes to my wife wants to read every single night before she goes to bed. She reads, I don't know, a novel or something fantasy or whatever. I get in bed and read now on my Kindle or on paperback something technically related, and I just love it. For her, she's like, I don't know how you do that. I'll just fall asleep.
Yeah. I can't really explain it.
Bless them. At least they support us, right? It will be difficult. Exactly. Everyone was saying like, no, I'm not supporting you. It will not be cool.
It's just like working out. You can work out by yourself, or you can work out with a friend, and it just increases your results. I mean, I've always loved working out, jumping in the gym. But when I started working out with a friend who became my roommate for a couple of years, and his big old muscular dude, tatted up, he just threw weights around like crazy. And just for me working out with him, I just completely shredded up and everything at the time. But it's so much easier to do whether you're working out or whether you're trading. So much easier to do when you do it with a friend, do it with a community. It just ramps up. It just speeds up the process.
Makes it way easier.
Yeah, way easier. So good stuff.
I even said that.
Sorry, Michael.
What's that?
Thanks. Maria said a great story from everyone.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah,
thanks,
no, it's
Maria.
good stuff. It's good to hear. It's good to hear everything. I'm just kind of writing up supply
Just
and
honest
demand
stories, right? Not the
well,
guy with the
the
mansion
truth.
and the Lambo that's trading on the beach and selling a course.
Yeah. That would be funny, though, Coach
Right.
Michael, if you end up buying him a Lambo one day.
Mm-hmm.
Right. No, it's funny. I'm like, I literally tell him all the time, like, dude, you got me hooked on this. Kind of like you mentioned, Tiger. I've seen the movie 100 times. He was like, my very first time on a stock trading floor, I was hooked in seconds. That part
Yeah.
right there. That's how I felt when I seen that. I'm like,
Yeah.
wait, what?
If you show me that
I'm like,
check, I
oh,
will quit my job right
yeah,
now.
yeah. He said, you showed me a check for $72,000. I quit my job right now and I work for you.
Yeah.
Hey, Paul.
Yeah.
No, everything's fine. Hey, I quit.
I quit.
Yeah.
That's the best.
No, I like the part right before that. He said, we live in this. He said, he's like, what do you do for a living? Well, I'm a stockbroker. He was a stockbroker. He said, how much money did you make last month? About 70,000, 72,000. Get out of here. You made 72,000 last month. He's like, yeah. He's like, I mean, we live in the same building. You got this nice car. I'm trying to put it together. Like, what are you doing?
Yeah.
He was smart for even noticing that and saying, like, you know what in the world is this guy doing? The fact that we seem like we're in the same spot, but we're apparently not in the same spot. Like,
Yep.
Good stuff.
I love it.
Yeah, I'm just looking
Tiger,
all
did you get
myself.
filled in that trade, or what happened there?
I don't think I have yet. No, it's kind of going up, going down to 1 minute. Yeah, it's kind of retracing a little bit. Yeah, see,
Guys,
I haven't.
my iPad I gotta run and get my charger. I'll be right back. I gotta sneak in there, do a little detective work. Wife and the baby
right on.
sleep.
No worries.
So I'll be right back.
All good, all good, all good.
As long as as long as I stay below the 50% of that overhead supply zone, yeah, I'll be comfortable leaving this sell stop order up.
Okay.
If I start getting up to the upper end, then that tells me price isn't really respecting the zone like I like it to. So I don't mind it going sideways for a little bit. Excuse me. You know, the higher time frame.
You want that extra confirmation from price, right?
Yeah, because if a supply or demand zone is strong, then it typically will hit the proximal edge of it, like the first half of it, and go. Far too often, if price goes clear through to the other 50%, the probabilities are just less, right? That will turn around.
Mm-hmm.
That's kind of the way I look at it. So, but no, just kind of chilling at the moment.
Well, Michael's out. I just want to give a quick reminder to all our viewers that we will be giving away a 10K Forex Challenge account again for free, right? And we'll be doing that at 6 a.m. Central. Just for the proceedings of this morning's show. We're probably going to be on for about 40 minutes. So on top of the hour, we'll take a 15-minute break. We'll then be back. And then at 6 a.m. Central, we'll be announcing the next winner of a 10K challenge account. So if you have not won as yet, again, congrats to young Joshua, who won yesterday's prize during the Forex Fire session. Mm-hmm. But if you haven't won as yet and you want to get your hands on that prize, you've got a really good chance, right? We've been giving them away daily. A lot of these names that you see here in the chat have won already, but they're always new guys that join on a daily basis, which is great to see. So if you guys want to win that and you haven't won already, you need to follow the following steps to be eligible to do so, right? Firstly, you need to subscribe to both our Hola Prime TV and Hola Prime Global YouTube channels. And keep on commenting during these sessions. So do stay active there in the chat box. And please make sure that you link your email. This is very important, to your YouTube bio. This is the only way that we can actually get hold of you, via email. to give you your account details if you've won that prize, to get you all sorted up and set up, right? So very, very important that you do follow those steps. Again, we will be announcing that winner live at 6 a.m. Central. So please do stay tuned. Keep those comments coming, and maybe you'll be the lucky winner today.
Yeah, and for Mr. Peeps, I'll probably do a little deep dive on the supply and demand, maybe just like right after break. Give these gents, because we got 40 minutes until break, so give these gents some time to go through some of their stuff. So yeah, I'll just plan on doing that right after break, right at about 5:15. So shouldn't take me
maybe
long. 5, 10, 15 minutes.
I just wanted to go through gold quickly on the higher time frame, and it's what I'm seeing on the lower time frame, and then maybe we can switch back to you, Michael, is Michael connected there?
Yeah,
then we can switch back to you, and you can just do your thing, right?
Sounds good.
Good stuff. Just get my higher time frame workspace going here. And back end, if you can switch to my charts. No, that's not the one. This is the one. Right, so we can just show my charts quick. I'll give you a rundown on gold, something I've been following very closely for quite some time now. And I'll do a top-down approach quickly. Firstly, you're looking at the daily time frame of gold, and then what I'm seeing on the smaller time frames as well. I've actually got a different workspace for gold, two different workspaces, just so you know. I avoid all of this clutter and chart labeling that I've drawn on my charts now. But in any case, for those that are not familiar with the analysis or the ongoing analysis that I've been doing on gold, I still think we are dealing here with a triangle pattern. All right, this is zoomed into the price action on the daily. Obviously, prior to that, one heck of a strong bullish move, right? Into that high that occurred on 22nd of April this year, and then price started moving sideways. Now, sideways movement, and generally in a contracting type of way, indicates a symmetrical triangle. But I've been working with the idea here for quite some while. Guys, it's not some chart I've just drawn today. We've been watching these charts really, really closely and updating the analysis since we started these sessions, so for quite some time. And just for those that are interested how these patterns typically materialize, they run in 5 waves, as we call them, 5 sequences: A's, B's, C's, D's, and then E's, and then you'll have a breakout to the upside. Right? In this case, in the bullish scenario, I still think that gold has more upside potential. Just a quick note here. If you look at the internal waves of these A's, the B's, the C's, the D's, and the E's, they themselves work in zigzags. Yeah, I think we had a very, very simplistic A, B, C for an A. Here we had another, A, B, C over there. Now, my worry is that the C wave that I've labeled here potentially could still be underway. And what I mean by that is just because how fast this move downwards occurred, and it's really difficult to force a little ABC there. It's not as clear as these guys on the left here, right? For the A wave and for the B wave. Which makes me think, forget about this now as a C, that what we could be seeing here is an incomplete C wave. This looks like an ABC. But the C wave could still do this, meaning that it will take out 3, 2, 4, 4, which would then prompt me to update these counts to something like this. All right, just meaning that price is going to continuously move sideways for a while longer, probably still for a month or so. All right, so that is the thinking. That being said, let me just go back and get all of those original labels where they were. I could be completely wrong, and just judging by how volatile and crazy the world is of late. I just stick with this count and the E waves in. It did technically, it could be. It did not break this low of a C wave. It's just how I know these patterns typically behave, right? You also look at the time that it takes for each individual leg to complete. Now it's just getting shorter and shorter. This C to D wave, as I labeled it over there, took a good time, but it's this one that I'm worried about. It's just a very short-lived C wave, one directional. So that being said, if the E wave is in, then we're heading to new highs, all right? Or at least back into this zone on the upper side here between 3428, the lower end 3458, which was also on the chart there for quite some time. If that E wave is in, we need to start seeing a break of that high over there, meaning this is more of a symmetrical triangle than a ascending triangle. Again, I don't think one should be too worried about being perfect, trying to call whether it is a triangle, symmetrical or ascending, or whatever the case might be. It's just, building some sort of case of what you might expect next. We did expect a bounce higher here starting towards the end of July. We were actually looking at a zone there, which I don't have on the chart right now, and we did get a strong move upwards. A very strong move upwards, right? And that, again, this is on the daily. That started on Friday, right? What I'm seeing here now from a potential area, if we do get a pullback lower of support, we got this nice big fair value gap right there. That's not been tested yet. So just working on this analysis and trying to, not overthink things and be worried that is this a C wave or is that C wave still going to complete? I'll stick with the bullish side. But to be honest with you, it'd be nice if we can see a deeper retracement into that fair value gap area and then try to trade this back to the upside. Okay. So we got a fair value gap. Again, this is just looking at the daily time frame. Let me label that for you if you want to take a screenshot. Magnet mode off, sorry. Fair value gap. The lower end of that's around 3314. Let's make this pink so it stands out a little bit. And the upper end of that fair value gap around 3344. All right, so it'd be nice if we can get a retracement into that. Maybe a rejection from it back upwards again, and then get into a trade. Maybe a nice little swing trade back to the upside, expecting then a potential breakout out of all of this mess. If that doesn't happen, price gets into this fair value gap, and we just slice through it, we don't get some reaction from it, then I'm going to switch to that idea that we're then going to get the C wave. That being a D wave and then an E wave at a later stage, just to frustrate us a bit more.
Yeah,
right,
of course.
for slightly longer. That being said, there is ample opportunities on an intraday basis. This is just looking at what to potentially expect during, the longer term. And I still think we're dealing with that triangle formation. It's still busy. Or it's still busy forming. All right. Smaller time frame. Let's switch to a different. Here we go. Let's get rid of this. Let's get rid of this. Now, I have to get back all of these. Drawings that I made the other day. Let's just get rid of the SpreadX one. There we go. For the current move higher, we've been tracking this since the end of the month. That's prior to last week Friday's strong move upwards. I labeled this as a 1, a 2, And then it was Monday this week, we started getting a decline. I mentioned that quite often if you get a fourth wave decline, that it tends to make contact with the baseline of a channel. And what I call by that, or mean by that, is that if you draw a channel from the start of, you believe, your first wave sequence to, in this case, the low of where you think your second wave sequence ended. So from starting point to this low to that high, then your fourth waves typically retrace and make contact with that area and then makes its way back upwards again. Now, that being said, I then expected one more wave up to complete the sequence. That did occur, but as life would have it, we didn't get a nice deep retrace like this that I would have expected after a 5-wave sequence completion. Instead, we now made new highs, and actually during the morning session today, we punched a new high and we started seeing this very strong decline lower. So this begs the question, was this then the fifth wave? Was this rather the third wave and this the fourth wave? And this is again an area we looked at yesterday where price might potentially move higher. It reached that baseline again, got rejected again, and back up it went. So the only thing I'm seeing here on a smaller time frame is the zigzaggy formation. If it was the fifth wave, we want to see a nice clean move up like we've seen over here. But now we're seeing the zigzag type of formation here. Actually, it happened in 5 waves. It's very overlapping. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So that's a little bit confusing, I'll be dead honest. Price action will probably make itself clearer, or I'll get an idea, a bit better idea of what's going on after today. But that's probably what I'll have to do here with this analysis here. You see, I can't count nice 5 waves up here. It looks like maybe an ABCX, ABC. If that is the case, then this was our third wave. Our fourth wave would still be underway, and then a fifth wave later, which is what I'm currently thinking could also be happening. And just to make things more confusing for those that's not familiar with this type of analysis, you want a 5-wave move into a new high. Yeah, I can't count that. It looks very overlapping. This looks, and this is weird to say, I know, corrective in the bullish trend direction, right? So to label that clearly, this could be an A, what we call a 3, a combo 3, and then a C wave lower that typically behaves very violently. The B waves of an expanded flat, and this is what this correction is called, if that is what it is, too early to say, typically reach the high of where this correction started from or slightly exceeds it, and then immediately it changes direction very violently, very fast moving price action. And rather than giving us then some sort of a 3-wave format downwards, it would actually do that in like a 5-wave sequence, right? Get everyone bearish, and all of a sudden it just changes direction and you get a sharp reversal back in the opposite direction, right? So that could definitely also be a possibility. If that is the case, then price might actually bust through that fair value gap that I've marked earlier on the 4-hour, was it? Yeah, that fair value gap over there. No, where am I now with that fair value gap? Did I use the daily? Yeah, that fair value gap over there on the daily. Well, actually, no, it could still move into there and still give me that fourth wave. So let's go back to a smaller time frame.
Yeah, I gotta say, that's a couple.
It'd be nice if it can get down here.
That's a statement I've never heard before, Richard. An upwards correction in an uptrend, like you said.
Yeah, that's right. So you typically, when you deal with zigzags, your most common one is an ABC, right?
Mm-hmm.
And they happen in 5 waves, 3 waves, 5 waves. Don't worry too much about the internals. It's just focus on the visual, right? I actually should have kept that. Let's go A, B, C. The characteristics is that your A wave and your C wave typically quite often run the same distance or same ranges. So there's symmetry involved there as well. Okay. That's one triangular pattern. Then you get a triangle pattern that does this, an A, a B, oh, not triangle, sorry, I'm talking a lot of crap here. The expanded flats. In this case, I'm talking about bearish corrections, right? Now, the expanded flat, you see here on the B wave, let me just mark that out. I think we do have time, guys. Well, things are a bit quiet. You get an A, B, C, continuation. With an expanded flat, you get an A, but that B wave either falls in line with where this correction starts from, or it extends slightly above it. So actually, it is correcting above in the direction of the trend, if you understand what I'm saying. Then get that C wave lower. And this typically, if you want to get into it, it runs out as 3 waves, and then 5 waves. So very fast accelerating, fast movement to the downside. Now we've seen a fast acceleration lower here. It's too early to say for sure. But if we start seeing prices break, let's say, this fair value gap that was formed on Friday, or was it on Friday? No, it was formed yesterday. Again, this is now on a different time frame, probably on 1 hour. Then that could be an indication that we need to think about this possibility, that this is an expanded flat and that we could potentially then pull into this bigger fair value gap that I've taken from the daily time frame that was actually formed on Friday. It's not been mitigated yet. Again, looking at different time frames, there will be different fair value gaps all over the show. But my thinking is the lower gold can go, the better. Then I'll still be bullish, at least over the near term. And that ties in with the bigger time frame analysis that I did with that triangular pattern, assuming that that E wave is already in, that we just want a slightly deeper pullback into that area and then trade us back to the upside, which could result in a very nice swing trade upwards. You could potentially hold for quite a few days if you're into that sort of thing. I'm not a big fan of taking swing trades, holding them too long just because of the political climate. Any tweet can come out, I don't know, a bomb drop somewhere or natural disaster or something happens and you're on the wrong side of the trade and you'll take a big hit. So if this sort of sets up, let's say on a Monday or Tuesday, and there's quite a few days left up until the end of the next week, then I'll be happy to take that trade. If this now sets up today or tomorrow, I'm not going to hold a position over a weekend, that's for sure. But I'll be done watching this really, really closely. If I do decide it's on a Monday or Tuesday, get into a swing trade to the upside. Everything lines up from the higher time frame to the lower time frame. That tells me get into the trade, good risk reward opportunity, huge upside potential, then for sure I'll do it, no problem. But I'll be watching it like a hawk, set all my alerts, all that sort of stuff. So as to try to avoid any crazy political, events, natural disaster, war, tweets, whatever the case may be.
Yeah, it's definitely been a lot scary to hold open weekend trades. I haven't left a weekend one open for a while. That's exactly why.
I think like ages. So let's see. Maybe on an intraday basis, if we can start getting a very strong sell-off here, that continues lower, then I'll be interested in taking a short intraday towards the zone potentially. Alternatively, price might just, find support here and for the rest of the day go upwards again, and that's perfectly fine. But identify the areas where I think my value zones would be to go along. If those areas are reached, then I'll trade it.
Right.
Yeah, good stuff.
Sweet.
Good stuff.
Sweet.
Yeah. Cool. All right, so that's my take on gold.
That all yet?
Michael, maybe are you keen to go through some of your setups there? You have anything that's lining up?
Yeah,
probably take us into our break, which will be at 12. Sorry, 12 at 5, right?
5,
Central. I always get confused with the different time zones. Eastern, Central, South African Standard Time. Like, wow.
Right.
You're thinking about that burger, that lunch burger you're getting.
I'm still thinking about it. I'm not having a lunch today. I don't know what I'm having. I actually forgot my lunchbox. So I might have to make a very quick plan in 15 minutes' time.
Wow.
Yeah, sweet.
Cool.
So I guess I can go over a few things. I didn't want to get too deep into all the charts because by the time I get started, we'll go into break. So maybe I can just go over that. What was it? It looks like that USD ZAR and a few things I'm looking at.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe answer a few questions. And then when we get back from break, I'll do my deep dive because you guys know that takes a minute.
Perfect.
I don't want to get started now.
Hey, yeah. No, good stuff.
Sounds
Perfect.
good.
Okay.
Right. Back in, can we switch to Michael's charts, please?
Yeah, we can get my chart pulled up.
After break, Michael, I probably won't need but about 5 minutes for going over supply and demand, maybe 10 minutes. So then y'all knock that out. For Mr. Peeps and everybody else. Yeah.
Cool.
And if you guys got chat while we're here, like how I'm just randomly doing this USD ZAR trade, if there's any other pairs that you guys want me to mark up, how I'm kind of doing this one and like what I see on it. Because again, I was mentioning that my process as far as the market maker cycle works across all time frames, all pairs, all assets, and kind of how Tiger's going to do the supply and demand. If you guys have a random chart you want to just throw out there in the chat, let us know, and I will pull it up, find it, and kind of give you a breakdown of what I see and how I would trade it.
Cool.
So yeah, we can do that, and then I'll go over only 2 pairs I'm actually kind of looking at still, and then we'll take that break. And when we get back, I will do my super deep dive into every single pair that I look at. So.
Yeah, awesome.
Perfect. Cool. So Mr. Peeps, I think, wanted to bring this up. I believe it was the USD ZAR. So yeah, just like I always kind of mention, guys, they're all the same. Like to me, literally, they all look the exact same. They kind of all do the same exact thing. So when I come right in here, the very first thing I see is this peak over here. Let me scoot this over a little bit. This peak high right here, right? And then when I draw mine, I always draw it right where the 1350 would cross. So I can literally identify pretty much exactly where that peak would be to me. All right, so scoot that up just a little bit. And then I come in here and I can see that this is the peak high. I'm just going to put PH. Right, start doing some emphasizing, save me one keystroke. Right, so PH, and we got this 1350 cross here. Right, so at this particular point, we know we are in level 2. Let's put L2. Right, and then right after that, once the cross happens, we look. Yes, we had a bounce off of 50 EMA here. However, as I always say, I don't want it 200, right? Like this is not good. I want to be on the ride towards the 200. So I don't want it to touch the 200 before that, right? That's what the chart tells me, that this is not the bounce you're looking for going long. And then secondly, we have this outside the band here as well, right? So that's not it. That's not the move I'm looking for. Next up would be this 5,200 cross. So at this point, we know we are definitely in level 2, right? Because we got that 5,200 cross, L2, right? Now from here, guys, as I always mentioned, the very next thing in the cycle is that M structure, right? Off that 200 EMA, looking for shorts. So I just want to see something like this, 80 yards all the way down here, right? So we can take this to this level about here, right? Now the interesting thing about this is we do have this 800 EMA sitting in the way. So like I always say, we want the price to close below this price, right? I got a great example on US 30 as to why. Matter of fact, I'll go to it really quick. This is why you always have to wait for the close below the 800, because this is a natural bounce zone. Like price loves to bounce off this area and go the other way, right? And if we look at US 30 here, you can see that exact example, right? We got, if you try to take this trade, like let's say right here, and the 800 right in the way, look what it did, bounce right off of it. Let's say this price closed here, you try to take a short, what it did, bounce right off of it. You don't want that. That's why I have this entry zone below this 800 EMA, right? And this, again, this might not even set up. We'll get into this in a second. I'm primarily pointing out you want price to close below this 800 for shorts and above it, of course, for long, right? So, yeah, super. What is this? Yeah, bizarre. Okay. So yeah, just want to make sure we get that close below that certain price. All right. So not bad. 2 for $2.22. Not bad at all. This is what I want to see this look like on the actual chart. And then of course on the TDI, we do have this market baseline cross to the downside here. But remember, with the M's and the W's, we need to see that reload. So I want to see price come back up here and then come back down. All right, give me that reload. Reload, right? Yes. Copy this. I'll be using this a lot, so let me copy that. Cool. So yeah, this is what I would want to see on this particular setup, right? Something that looks like this. We already got the peak high, 1350 cross to the downside. There is no level 1 move, so we're not taking level 1 trades on this one. But we're right in the middle of that. This could easily turn back, give us that M structure and drop to this level here. Once again, close below this 800 EMA, and we will be all set to take this. So this is how I see this particular pair. Yeah, hopefully that is a great example. But yeah, that's pretty much it as far as this one. Right in the middle of level 2. Let's get that pull back to that 800/200 area. Give us that pattern off the 2 and drop. That's what I'll be looking for. You guys hear that?
Cool.
Yeah, I heard that.
Oh, okay.
Sounded like
crickets.
Yeah, it was an echo of some type. Or cricket? Is that what it was? Crickets?
I don't know. It sounded like crickets to me.
When I lived in Mexico, we had a lot of crickets try coming into the house and everywhere in Mexico where I was at. Like it seemed like there wasn't that much. Well, what do you call it? Basically the spacing, the insulation on the bottom. Of the doors
so the big fat black ones.
Yeah, so that's why I thought, Michael, you got a cricket coming in.
So I'm upstairs. We haven't had anything upstairs, but crazy enough, you guys won't believe this. Downstairs, every now and then we definitely get some visitors. Like seriously. Since I've been here, I've had a tarantula in here, literally downstairs at the front door.
Yeah.
a tarantula. We had scorpions. Yeah, it gets crazy. We had to teach our daughter. I'm like, sweetheart, when you see a spider, say araña. Scream and say araña when you see a spider. That's what you do. We don't care how big or small it is. You make sure you scream and scream out the word. Right?
Yeah,
and you'll come running.
Nice house. Yeah, there's just a lot of space, but at the bottom, I noticed there. It's not like that here in Kansas. We it's got to be dragging the floor since it snows. It gets cold here.
Yeah,
in the winter. Not in Mexico.
We had to put one like you're sitting in the city there with that background of yours.
Oh yeah. Well, I can be anywhere I want to be on the internet.
on the 100th floor in his penthouse in Kansas.
Yeah,
right. That's hilarious. That's hilarious.
They got me looking ritzy.
It's even funnier, right, guys? Like before I got here, when I first moved down here, we were in this apartment, and it was on the 4th floor. Right, it's only 4 floors. And we picked the 4th floor specifically because, we had a younger child and we first got here. We knew that there were scorpions. So we were like, we want to be as high as we can be, just in case something happens. And sure enough, one of the days I'm in the room and I hear, she comes in, she says, babe, it is a scorpion in the kitchen. And I said, sometimes you gotta make sure they're telling the truth, I guess. Like, I believe you, but are you sure it was a scorpion? I'm like, how big is it? She's like, it's the size of my hand. And I'm walking to the kitchen. I'm like, babe, where is I'm like, he is pretty big. I'm like, I believed her right away. This guy was huge.
I think it's the small ones you got to be worried about, isn't it? Or the ones with the thin tails or something that's really, really poisonous. I can't remember, something like that.
Yeah, I think it's the one with the orange back or something like that. It's something to do with that.
The thinner the tail is, I think the more poisonous they're the ones you got to really worry about. I can't remember, but anyway. We have them here too, but
then you learn
Cape Town.
It's like, so if you like spray them with some cold water, they like freeze up a little bit and they get really slow. I'm like, I did not know that. So that helps out a lot. They can't even do anything really after that. And then, so we was here for like 2 years and we didn't see any tarantulas at all. And then one of the days we're coming out of our house, we're going to the beach, and then the neighbors are screaming, and I'm like, what's going on? And like, tarantula. And I'm like, oh man, this thing is huge. He was like right outside their door. And I'm like, man, this is the 4th floor. They got all the way up here. And, they called the front desk and they got them out. Guys, when I tell you the very next day, I wake up, my girl is in the living room. She said, babe, it's a tarantula on the balcony. And I'm like, that's not funny. We just saw a tarantula yesterday, whatever. She's like, look. I look out there, sure enough. We lived here for 2 years, haven't seen one tarantula, and then in 48 hours, we seen 2.
Goodness gracious.
Yeah.
No, thank you.
I
Yeah.
just wish
it's
I
a
would
little
see
bit
scorpion. I never got to see one when I was there. Of course, I wasn't out in the desert very much either. I was always inside of a golf course, typically.
Yeah. No, they're everywhere here.
I'll be out of
it. They typically I just catch them. I just get like a little Tupperware top, catch them, slide them across the house, and sweep them outside. I don't really mess with them. Mm-hmm. But very interesting to say the least. Yeah. Tarantulas, funny enough, they're like all big and scary looking, but they literally can't do anything. It's a very timid, intimidating looking creature, but it doesn't do anything.
Yeah, not unless you like attack it or go after it, probably.
It's not poisonous or anything. It's
but it can still give you a bite.
Scary look. Yeah, but it's nothing. It's just like a regular bite.
Yeah.
I got to say,
a very scary regular bite.
It's scary looking. That's what it is.
After looking at this dollar South African rand pair, because I've never really looked at it to be honest, but after looking at the structure on it, it's going to be the absolute perfect pair to show my supply and demand here after break. It's shaping up perfect when it comes to not only trend, but supply and demand zones, the curve, as far as the Hungarian flag. Yeah, this will be the perfect examples. I'll definitely lead off with that just to show.
I'm just thinking on the trading side of things, what is the spread there at the moment?
Spread, yeah.
It looks like it's
I've never even looked at it.
It's pretty hectic.
It's right here.
Yeah.
Is it?
Yeah, it's right here.
Oh, I'm looking at it on a weekly.
It's like 30. It's like it's 30 pips.
30, yeah.
Is it?
It's big.
It's an arrow right here. But sweet. So cool. I know we got a break in 4 minutes. Let me go through these really quick. So yeah, I hope that was a good markup for you and you really enjoyed that. But yeah, I'm only looking at 2 of them right now. One is US 30, which this looks like it might not even set up. This thing is getting pretty high right now, and it looks like this is some pretty strong strength. Look out of this zone to the upside. This might not even set up at this point, especially if we can get this 50 to 200 across to the upside. I wouldn't be interested anymore after that. So kind of looking at that one. Once again, you want this close below, as I keep mentioning. But again, this might not even set up because it's kind of starting to go the other way. So who knows? And I would also need this 4-hour close, which wouldn't happen for quite some time, right? So you need to come all the way down and close. Maybe with this news, because we got like some red folder news that comes out at 7 and then 8:30. So maybe. But that'll be during the New York time. So not too sure if this one will even set up today. So we'll see. And then other than that, I'm only looking at USD CHF. This is really the only other one that's kind of close. As I've been mentioning, guys, very, very slim pickings for me this week. Like I haven't had one solid setup yet. So I don't know. I'm just being patient, sticking to my rules, sticking to the process, and just staying patient, waiting. Yeah, we do got that 5,200 cross.
We also got a lot of news coming out that might affect the pound today, right? That's at 1. This is 1 p.m. my time. So what is that? It is 6 Central.
6 and 1 hour from now. Yeah.
Bank of England monetary policy report, policy summary, embassy official bank rate votes, and again, also the big one, official rate bank rate, right? So, pretty heavy there. Let's see.
Yeah. And then 15 minutes after our stream will be the unemployment, but gonna be a fun time.
I thought this week was going to be interesting and like wide open, but it seems like maybe not. Maybe it's next week.
Yeah. I was thinking the same thing.
It's been very sideways for all the markets I've been following during our session, and then as soon as the session starts,
100%.
so we're going to start getting those movements. Let's see. I mean, we can't control market behavior, right? So. We got about, guys, maybe we'll just stop it there. We're going to go on our break very soon. Sorry, Michael. I just want to remind the viewers quickly that we'll be giving away another 10K challenge account, right? So we'll be doing that at 6 a.m. Central. That'll be an hour from now. And today's your chance to win a 10K challenge account, right? We've been giving away like sweet cakes or hot cakes or whatever you want to call them during these sessions. So if you haven't won one of these accounts as of yet, please make sure that you follow these following steps to participate, right? So you'll see it there on the screen. You need to subscribe firstly to both Hola Prime TV and Hola Prime Global accounts. That's YouTube accounts, and make sure that you comment during this live session. I think you guys have already been doing that, so you're good with number 2. But number 3 is very, very important. Make sure that your email's in your YouTube bio, all right, so that we can actually contact you with your account details to get you set up should you be today's lucky winner. So make sure you do go follow those steps. Again, the winner will be selected live at 6 a.m. Central, which is about an hour from now. And yeah, good luck. If you've not won before, then today might be your lucky name. Again, we'll be picking a lucky winner based on those that have not won yet. All right, so if you won before, you won't get a prize, unfortunately, again. And the ones that have followed those steps, very importantly, follow the steps if you want to pick up one of those accounts. Right, guys, and that brings us to the midway point of our Forex Fire session. We're going to take a 15-minute break here. Please do stay tuned, and we will be back in about 15 minutes' time. See you then. Cheers.
Yes.
All right.
All right.
Hey, hola amigos, I'm Michael Keller, and I'm one of the trading coaches here at Hola Prime.
But more importantly, I'm just a regular guy who turned trading into freedom, and I'm here to help you do the same. So this is a glimpse into who I am in front of the screens and beyond the charts.
See, a strategy will get you in the trade, but mindset keeps you in the game.
I started trading back in 2012, and honestly, I lost more than I won in the beginning. But every loss taught me something. It wasn't about having the fanciest indicator. It was about mastering my mindset.
Living in Mexico has taught me to slow down, breathe, and be present.
Trading is what I do, but it's not who I am. I'm a dad, a husband, a traveler, and a student of life. And all of that makes me a sharper trader. When I'm in flow outside the charts, I'm in flow on the charts too.
This game doesn't reward speed, it rewards skill.
Listen, everyone wants to flip $100 into 10,000. I get it. But be consistent, focus on execution over excitement, risk small and learn fast. And if you ever feel lost, reach out. That's what we're here for.
Well, guys, that's a glimpse into my life, my story, and who I am, not just in front of the screens, but beyond the charts. I hope to see you in the session soon, and let's grow together. One day, one trade, one lesson at a time. Welcome to Hola Prime.
Hola Prime, trade with transparency.
Hi there, my name is Richard and I'm one of the coaches from Hola Prime. Join me as I take you behind the scenes on a little tour of what I like to get up to on a daily basis and beyond charts. I started trading 16 years ago, but through persistence and a very high level of dedication, I got to learn 3 invaluable lessons through my career. That trading should be treated as a business. It's really not a game. Consistent profitability demands effort, and there's really no shortcuts or any way around. And especially risk management, which it's part of your survival as a trader. You see, early on I realized that success in trading is only 20% strategy and 80% mindset and emotion. Now, as a coach at Hola Prime, my focus is very simple. Helping traders build systems with an edge, cultivating the discipline and focus needed to execute them consistently. You see, guys, the markets doesn't care about you. It will humble you if you let your pride override rules and reward you when you execute your plan without fear or hesitation. As a trader, I like to get outdoors as much as possible. Really try to strike a balance between trading and also leading a healthy lifestyle. Leading a healthy lifestyle for me could be anything. Hiking, I love swimming as well. today is not really the weather to go and swim, but I will take the dog out for a walk. Folks, really trying to force healthy habits so I can stay focused when I really need to, when I'm behind the charts, and all the stresses that comes with it. Is getting outdoors really helps relieve those stress and helps me personally keep focused as much as possible. In my spare time, I like to play league darts with my trainers. And just as in training, skills and practice is everything. And that's a wrap, guys. Look behind the scene of who I am, what I do every day, beyond the charts. I hope to see you in the session soon. Take care.
Hola Prime. Trade with transparency.
My name's Tiger. I'm a coach here at Hola Prime, and I wanted to give you a quick little glimpse into who I am, both inside and outside of trading. So let's check it out. So I've been trading now for going on 11 years, and that first decade of my trading was all about technical analysis. And really over the last few years, though, I've really dug a lot deeper into fundamental analysis and sentiment analysis, seeing how the bigger banks and institutions are trading so I can ride their coattails, so to speak. They're the ones making the money, so I've just kind of looked at trading like Edison and his light bulbs. He's went through thousands and thousands of different prototypes in order to find the one that worked. Look, one of the things about trading that people get wrong is they think it's an overnight get-rich-quick scheme. So, for me personally, all the hard work was done well before I even picked up trading, and it all had to do with reading some good books. So, one of my favorite books right there, The Magic of Thinking Big by Dr. Schwartz. And as you can see on there, the chapters, best way to read this book is read chapter 2, 12, and 13, and then turn around and read the whole book. Powerful, let me tell you. And I'm sure you caught that above my bookshelf. One of my biggest things that I love doing is bowling. I'm a very competitive bowler. Bowled a lot of perfect 300 games, so they give me these nice little trophies whenever you bowl a perfect game. Got another one for an 800 series, basically bowling 3 games of 800 or higher in a 3-game series, so it's like a 250 average. Pretty good stuff, but compete in national tournaments, state tournaments. I've won a lot of them, so bowling, that's one of the top hobbies that I have. Outside of that, I love singing. I like to go and belt some tunes, whether it's karaoke or just singing in my car, some carpool karaoke. But other than that, listen, on the weekends, I love nothing more than just to hang with my girlfriend. She's an awesome, incredible woman, and she kind of balances me out because she sees how hard I focus on trading. So it's just a very good reset at the end of the long, hard week of trading to just get away, just step away from it all, go enjoy each other's time, and prepare for the next week. So that's a bit about me. Just let us know how we can help. Just remember, it's not a sprint, it's a marathon, okay? The basics of trading are quite simple to learn. It's just all the nuances that take a while to really master. So just keep that in mind. Don't overwhelm yourself. We'll take your hand. We'll lead you to where you want to go. Like I say, just one step at a time. So with that, have a wonderful day. Look forward to seeing you in a session soon.
Hola Prime. Trade with transparency.
Hi, I'm James. I'm one of your coaches at Hola Prime. I've been trading for about 30 years. Can you believe it? Seems like an awfully long time. But in that time, I've learned a lot about trading the financial markets, and I've learned the best way to trade the markets. By dawn, I chase waves, chase stocks, and sometimes chase my own sanity. Trading, like surfing, is all about timing. Wait too long and you miss the move, and jump in too early and you just wipe out. If you're a new trader and you're struggling with your trading, I think you've come to the right place. I'm really looking forward to meeting you and helping you with your trading. I'm approaching a stop street now, and I'm going to have to stop. Emergency brake if there's traffic coming. And that's one of the things you've got to learn in trading as well, as how to keep safe. And it's one of the main things that I teach in my trading philosophy is risk management, which is not taught very often. Trading is a bit like driving a car, really. You've got to have a license, and in trading terms, having a license is like learning how to trade. And once you've learned how to drive and got the license, learned how to trade, you've got to get good at it. And my philosophy is to teach traders how to trade properly using the tools and techniques that they should be using. My specialty is swing trading, and it's a bit like riding the waves. I've been a surfer for a very long time, and swing trading is not much different. You've got to find the sets and catch the right wave and get out of the wave when it's time. A lot of people ask me, how did I get to where I am today? How did I learn how to trade? And how can they get to where I am themselves? I think the best answer to that is to get educated, learn how to trade. And there are all sorts of resources out there for you, including fantastic resources here at Hola Prime.
Hola Prime. Trade with transparency.
Hi, I'm Paul, one of the coaches at Hola Prime, and this is a little insight into who I am beyond the charts. I started trading 5 years ago. I made some money, sure, but I also made mistakes, a lot of them. As I progressed though, I realized it's less a game of chasing green and more a game of enacting discipline. As a coach, I try to help traders focus on the process, how they structure their approach, not just on the charts, but in their heads. Everyone wants to 10x their money overnight, right? But real growth, it comes from small, smart, and consistent moves repeated over time. Trading is a journey, so patience is always required, but I am here to help you grow, so don't be afraid to get help. Improving your success rate is what we do.
But after a day of trading or an afternoon of coaching, getting away from the ever-evolving price action of chart setups is a must, as the outdoors can reset your mind, whether it's taking my dog for a walk for 30 minutes or gently strolling on the beach after a winning trade. I never allow myself to get lost in the charts. Stepping back gives me perspective, and perspective is what makes me a good trader. I'm always looking for that balance in everything I do. And if you can achieve the same, you'll soon discover it unlocks so many doors.
So that's my deal. What's yours? Hopefully we'll see you for a coaching session soon where we can level up your skills one profitable trade at a time. I'm going to place a trade.
Hola Prime. Trade with transparency.
Hi, I'm Sam, one of the coaches here at Hola Prime. And in this video, I'm going to give you a short glimpse into my life beyond the charts. Outside of the charts, I love to cook. Anything with fresh local ingredients has a thumbs up for me. And when the weather's good, I like to go out, have a quick jog, keep myself healthy. I started trading almost 15 years ago, and believe me when I say, it wasn't an easy journey. There was a lot of ups and downs, mostly downs at the beginning, and it took me, I would say, almost 10 years before I could actually call myself a trader. Personally, I like to travel. I like to go to different places, see different cultures, meet new people. I also like a good spa day, you know, just sit there by a pool, relax, get a massage. You know, you can see from the screens behind me, it's just a lot of stress, a lot of digits, a lot of moving, a lot of fast moving markets. You can't spend your whole day in front of a screen. You will burn out, and sadly, you probably won't be as successful as if you just relaxed a bit more.
Hola Prime. Trade with transparency.
Volatile, complex, but your trading journey doesn't have to be. Hola Prime TV is now live. Every trading day, join top coaches as they break down real-time setups, key levels, live trades across Forex, futures, and crypto. From Tokyo's early momentum to London's open surge to New York's high volatility action. We decode every move live, get sharp analysis, clear strategies, and insights that actually make sense. And yeah, we don't just break down charts, we crack a few smiles too. Only on Hola Prime TV. This is more than content. This is infotainment and beyond. Markets are unpredictable, volatile, complex, but your trading journey doesn't have to be. Hola Prime TV is now live. Every trading day, join top coaches as they break down real-time setups, key levels, live trades across Forex, futures, and crypto. From Tokyo's early momentum to London's open surge to New York's high volatility action. We decode every move live, get sharp analysis, clear strategies, and insights that actually make sense. And yeah, we don't just break down charts, we crack a few smiles too. Only on Hola Prime TV. This is more than content. This is infotainment and beyond.
All right. Back again. How's it going, fellas?
Good.
Yeah. As always.
Good.
Banana.
They messed up my food order, so now it's going to arrive like half an hour late. So I just had to eat some chips.
What do you
Chips,
have a food delivery?
Yeah, no, I forgot my lunch at home.
How far do you live from home? Or how far do your office from home?
It's about 20 minutes drive. It's not too far.
Yeah. Do you guys have like DoorDash or
Grubhub? If I'm on the bike.
I was just about to ask that, Tiger.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. You guys have DoorDash, Richard?
We don't have DoorDash. We don't know. We have Uber Eats and a local company called Mr. Delivery.
Mr. Delivery. It sounds like a nice gentleman.
Mr. Delivery.
Right on. Well,
so yeah, I'll sit through the stomach cramps here, hunger cramps, and see if I can find a trade. Well, you do the USD ZAR, I suppose, right?
You're gonna have to keep some Scooby snacks in your office there.
Scooby snacks.
That's what I've always called them, Scooby snacks. Nice, colorful way of saying it. Well, yeah, go ahead and do a quick deep dive on supply and demand. Back in, if you want to pull up my chart for Mr. Peeps and for everybody else. And yeah, it just so happens the dollar ZAR is a pretty good example of it, to be honest. So first thing I always do when I'm looking for supply and demand is I want to know where I'm at on the curve. What the heck is the curve, Tiger? I've never heard of the curve. Well, the curve is simply seeing on the higher time frame, am I buying under value or am I buying over value? Am I selling over value or am I selling under value? Right? So that's the first step, because when you have a downtrend or an uptrend, wherever that trend reverses and goes the opposite direction, that's going to be some of your highest probability setups, is after that turn has been confirmed. So if I'm looking at trend on a daily and I'm looking for my supply and demand zones on a 4-hour chart, well, I want to go to the weekly chart to find out where I'm at on the curve. So I've got it on the weekly chart here for the dollar rand. So essentially what I'm looking to do is look at the most recent swing low and then the most recent swing high. And then what I typically do is just grab a Fibonacci and I just go from the bottom to the top and then back to the bottom. So what this is now giving me is the same thing as what flag?
The Hungarian flag.
Hungarian flag. Why do I do that? Well, the Hungarian flag is the perfect example, because obviously I only want to buy in the green and I only want to sell in the red if I'm short selling. So, I always just do it as a joke, bringing up the flag, but the reality is I just use my Fibonacci retracements. So again, bottom to the top, back to the bottom. And then I have personalized it to where I'm only seeing the 0, the 1, and then the 33% and the 66% retracement. That's it. That's all I care about. And then I just kind of color it into where it looks green, right? So basically the middle is the diddle. The diddle in the middle. That's typically where you want to.
And you can't diddle in the middle.
Can't diddle in the middle. Now you can, but all I'm saying is the higher probability trades are in the green, whether that's buying underneath or selling up at the top, right? So just keep that in mind, the 33% on the bottom, the 33% on the top. So that's really where it all starts. So I have permission to buy anywhere in this chart. Now, obviously, the trend is next, and then where are the zones at? So, all right, so we have curve. So now we need to know where our trend's at. So obviously on the South African Rand, $1 South African Rand, we've been a downtrend, but we have very recently made, of course, it's all been lower lows, lower highs. Well, now we've got this low point here that's just a bit higher than this low point here. So that's now a higher low. And we've got a higher high because that high point is higher than this point. This is the first place where this has happened. So I love it because I'm at the bottom of the curve, which means I'm buying as cheap as you possibly can within that curve. And I've got a brand new daily or a brand new uptrend starting, brand new, right? Very first infant stages of it. So got to add that in. 2 is trend. Okay. So now that I have my trend established, now I got to find some demand zones because I'm buying, right? Well, I like to see where the daily is, but I also want to find my actual actionable demand zone on the 4-hour chart. So I'm going to do the same though on the daily because I love to see the confluence. So when it comes to demand zones, I'm just going to mark it up and then I'll emphasize it a little more when I get down to the 4-hour time frame. But very simply, it's just the last red candle down before the move up. Let me get rid of this master pattern. I don't need that up here. So it's the last red candle down. Okay, it'd be that candle before the big move up. So I just simply wrap a rectangle around that because I've got my leg in candles, my basing candle. This is one candle, and then push up. So I'll go over the qualifications of the zone after I show on the chart. But 1 to 3 candles in the basing is ideal. Anything 4 candles or higher is just not as accurate, just not as good. And I'll explain that a little more here in a moment. So yeah, so I've got my daily demand zone drawn up, and I personally always write them up in yellow. Just tells me that it's a higher time frame zone. But my actionable zones, I color in blue. So we've got the curve. So in this example, I'm buying low on the curve. It's a higher probability. I've got my trend established because I got a lower low, lower high. Or I'm sorry, higher low, higher high. Higher low, higher high, right? So now we need to go down to the 4-hour and color in our 4-hour demand. So there we go. Got this last, let me just turn off my order block tool. So that last red candle down before the spike up. Same thing as on the daily. I'm just doing it now on a smaller time frame. So proximal line to the distal line, and then I just pull it forward and color it green. So now I've got confluence. I've got an actionable zone, demand zone within a higher time frame demand zone. I love that. It's just extra strength because the higher time frame traders, who are the higher time frame traders we care about? Is it Michael? Is it Richard? Is it anybody else that watches these charts or these streams, or is it any of the coaches? No, the big banks, the big boys. They're typically looking at the higher time frames, the daily especially.
The deep pockets.
The deep pockets, yeah. The country central banks, if they need to do some intervention, right? That's a whole other story I could go into another day, is currency intervention. So that's, you want to talk about some big bucks. Yeah, that'll be a fun one to go over. That's another thing I'll add to my list. But anyway, so yeah, that's the big boys. They're playing in these zones. And they want to buy low as well. They want to sell high as well. So that's what they're looking at. So now that we've got our 4-hour demand zone, then the next step, well, actually, let's do this. Bring my goodies down here. That way I can update it. Yeah, so 3 is supply and demand zones. So now that I've got this potential setup, well, it's just as simple as having price come down. Now, when price comes down into the zone there, right, I'm obviously looking to buy and looking to at least take profit in this area here, the higher time frame. Well, where do I want to take profit? Ahead of the supply zone up top. So essentially, I'll just look to wrap a red rectangle around the supply zone, because that's the last green candle up before the move down. Okay, so if we just recap that, I've got a green demand zone, and then I've got a above supply zone. So I want to buy in demand and sell just before the supply zone, because when price gets up into the supply zone, it's likely to turn around and reverse, especially with being so low on the curve, because, well, it's an infant uptrend, right? It hasn't been formed that long relative to the weekly. So, or I'm sorry, relative to the daily. So that's the 3 basic steps right there. Where am I at on the curve? Am I low on the curve? Am I high on the curve? Well, I'm low on the curve when I look at the weekly, right? Low on the curve, because I'm in the bottom 33% of the most recent swing low, swing high. And then obviously we go to the trend, which is daily. Again, I got a lower high here, just barely qualifies, but it qualifies. It's a higher low. It's always hard, easy to get those mixed up, but if I just kind of zoom in, you guys can see we just barely made the cut, but we made the cut nevertheless. And then again, we got the higher high. So higher low, higher high. So there's my trend. And then once again, down to the 4-hour. Now, what I just went through, weekly, daily, and 4-hour, this is what I prefer, but the same rings true if you wanted to go to a smaller time frame. So if you want, you can look at the overall curve on a daily. You can look at your trend on a 4-hour, and then you can find your supply and demand zones on a 1-hour. So, the kind of the rule of thumb is increments of 4. So if I'm, it doesn't quite work with daily daily, yeah. So if I'm on a daily, I want to drop down about 4 time frames, 4 to 5. So 4, 8, 12, 16, 20. So that's basically coming down 5 time frames. From the 4-hour to the 1-hour is 4, right? And then you can even dig a little deeper. So that's daily, 4-hour, 1-hour. Well, maybe you want to look at your curve on the 4-hour. Then you can find your trend down on a 1-hour. And then you can go down to the 15-minute to find your supply and demand zones. So you can really adjust that depending on what time frames you want to look at it. If you're looking to scalp this thing, go to a 5-minute supply and demand zone. Well, then you can look at your trend on like a 30-minute time frame. And then maybe you can look at your curve on like a 2-hour time frame. So regardless of what time frames you like, you can adjust it accordingly, right? So that's the beauty of supply and demand, curve, and trend. It really works on all the time frames, much like what Michael does. You can do what he does on a lot of these other time frames as well. So,
right.
But yeah, that's the basics. Now, what I can do now is just kind of show. I do have a website, and I'm actually going to move it over. And this will help me qualify the supply and demand zones. So let me just pull this over here real quick. Okay, so this is the scorecard I use. So essentially, I'm obviously putting in my symbol, the date, trade weekly purposes. Oh yeah, this actually explains it pretty well. So if you're a position trader, then you're looking at your curve on the 1 month time frame. You're looking at your trend on a weekly time frame, and you're looking at supply and demand on a daily. If you're a weekly trader, okay, you can go. This is what I do essentially. Okay, I'm a weekly trader, so it's 1 hour to 4 hour essentially is where I look at my zones. It kind of automatically goes to 1 hour, but I prefer the 4 hour, and then I'll even go down to the 1 hour to try to find confluence even further, right? The more confluence I get, if I get a demand zone with a 4 hour demand zone inside and then a 1 hour demand zone inside of that 4 hour zone, it's just more and more confluence. It's given a good signal for the 1 hour traders, the 4 hour traders, the daily traders. It's just trying to get as much of that in line as possible because it just increases the odds. It's an odds enhancer. And as always, just like any trading style, nothing is guaranteed. All I'm trying to do is put as many odds in my favor. So, but yeah, that's a weekly time frame trader. If you're a daily trader, okay, look at your curve on the 1 day time frame. Like I said, trend on the hourly, supply and demand on the 15. Even if you want to go to the hourly, you can look at it, the curve on the 1 hour, the trend on the 15 minute, and then your supply and demand on a 5 minute. So again, there's a way to do this for any time frame that you like. So for me, I'm just going to leave it here on the weekly for the moment. But now when it comes to supply and demand zones, there's really 5 different things to look at. Well, really 4, but there's 5 when you include the curve. But when we're just looking at the structure of a supply or demand zone, there's 4 main things. Number 1, how did price leave? So when a demand zone is created, which you see that little highlighted area there, that's that last candle before the move up. This is the best looking zone is when it is strong enough to break out above a recent swing low, right? So when this zone is strong enough to break that structure, that shows strength. Now, you can also trade it. It basically, that gives you 2 points. Well, it still gives you a point, even if it just comes up to that level. And then obviously poor would be, it's not strong enough to break that zone at all, right? I personally avoid both of those. I personally prefer, I mean, on rare occasions, I'll take a supplier demand zone if it comes to this level. But I'm almost always going for a supplier demand zone that's strong enough to break that recent reversal. And then if I flip this to supply, you'll see the same thing, just in reverse. I want to see that supply zone be strong enough to take out that level there to break a structure, right? Okay, so that's number 1 when it comes to qualifying a good zone versus a poor one. The second important thing is I want to see only 1 to 3 basing candles. So when I have this leg candle in, this red candle in, the next candles are going to be the basing candles, and then you have the leg out that confirms the zone. So this one here has 2 candles, 2 basing candles. So that's a good thing. I can see 1, 2, or 3 candles, and I'm fine with that. On this example, 4 to 6, okay, there's 1, 2, 3, 4 basing candles. It's still good, but it's not the best. So it gives you basically a half a point, right? And then again, anything that's 6 candles or more, like this example, I avoid it. That's way too much time for price to be messing around there. When price sits in a zone for that long, in that basing action, it's a higher probability that it's taken up all the unfilled orders. See, the whole point of a demand or a supply zone to begin with is it creates unfilled orders, because the lucky people that are right here buying before this structure is even created, they're getting obviously a great price because price moved up, and then they can sell above for profit. Well, traders see that and they think, oh, well, when price comes back down, I want in on that action, because price action doesn't always rhyme, or doesn't always repeat, but it rhymes, right? So chances are, odds are, if price retraces, there's going to be unfilled orders to push price back the opposite direction again. So 1 to 3 candles only. Again, I'll take a trade once in a while if I got 4 candles, 5 candles like this, but it's not very often. It's typically those small amounts, 1 to 3. Okay, so that's the second thing. And then again, the same is true in reverse if it's a supply zone. So 1 to 3 candles, no difference there. Okay, third step, has price returned to the zone? So we're looking here on this demand zone. Price spiked up, and it so far has not been touched. I only want fresh zones, fresh, unmitigated supply and demand zones. Because if price comes down like this example here on the good section, okay, prices come in, it's taken away unfilled orders from this area. So if price returns a second time, chances are it'll just cut right through it because it's already taken these unfilled orders. Now, that's if it's less than 50%. Okay, if it penetrates, mitigates, enters, whatever word you want to use, less than 50% of that demand zone, then the scoring system gives it a good score, meaning you can still take it. Again, I personally rarely do that. I only care about the best setups. And then obviously, right, you don't take a trade at all if price goes all the way through the zone and then it turns around and returns later because it's been mitigated. It's been more than 50%.
That's a really cool worksheet you got there.
Yeah. Yeah, that helps a lot.
It's actually perfect.
And it just updates as you select the.
It scores it up here.
Right? The scorecard. Yeah. That's very cool.
Yeah, as I push, it'll add all that up. It'll do it, obviously, by adding in all this info. So, actually, dollar. Yeah, I mean,
whatever symbol
wasn't necessarily going to go through that part, but just basically going through the scoring. So yeah, that's the first 3 steps, and then obviously the most important step, or one of the most important, is the trend. Where am I at on the trend? Well, I know on the dollar rand I was in an uptrend, right? So I'm only allowed to take demand zone buys if I'm in an uptrend. But if you run into a situation where you've got sideways price action, where you're trying to buy at the lows, buy at the highs, you could still do it. It's just lower probability. And then obviously, if you're buying a demand zone in a downtrend, it's just your counter trend trading, right? So again, I pretty much always stick with just the trend itself. Once in a while, very rarely, I'll go in a sideways trend, but that just comes with experience. So for brand new traders, it's just best to stick to the absolute perfect setups. It's broke. The zone is broken a previous structure. Price has spent little time at that basing action before the leg out. Price has not mitigated the zone. And then price is obviously in the trend in which you're trying to go. And then finally, where am I at on the curve? All right, that's the last step. So yeah, again, you want to buy at the low end of the higher time frame. The higher time frame zone, right? So that's really it. It's as simple as that. I mean, it seems like a lot of steps, but at this point, I've seen probably 30,000 zones, so it's all secondhand nature to me. But that's the quick and easy way to to qualify your zones. So hope that helps. Hope that makes sense.
Really quick.
It's really that simple. What's that?
Is that always green or red, or is there a median? I'm just curious. Maybe I missed it.
If I flip to red, it'll
the scorecard.
Oh yeah, if I flip the supply, it'll
yes or no. There's no maybe.
Yeah. So I mean, obviously what I'll do after I finish, I'll probably, because what I have to do is actually type in the target, the profit targets, put in my proximal, distal of my demand zone, all this. So there's a little bit of a worksheet I have to go through. I can actually do it off screen. I should have done that before I got on here, but the most important thing, huh?
This is really nice. This is a great example.
Oh yeah,
this is super.
All I wanted to do was just show you how to qualify it. So that's it. It's really that simple. I mean, I don't want to overcomplicate this, but yeah, that's it. Did it break a structure? Did it base it with a small amount of time? It's an unmitigated zone, and then you're trading in the current trend, and then obviously the curves. So
cool.
But yeah, that is basically it. I don't want to overcomplicate it and explain too much other, but obviously once price hits my demand zone that I've qualified, well, this is where I need to get a reversal candle, like a bearish engulfing. I'm sorry, bullish engulfing, because this is an uptrend. Okay, bullish engulfing candle with volume spike. Got to have the volume spike. Yeah, that's it. That's as simple as it is right there, fellas. Curve, trend, supply and demand zones, qualified, obviously, as I just showed. And then get a reversal candle, bullish engulfing candle with volume spike. That's as simple as it gets. It's really 4 steps. Now, I do other odds enhancers and indicators, obviously, like the master pattern and looking for the manipulation, the liquidity grabs, that kind of thing. The anchored VWAP, I like to use that as a confirmation touch. Trend lines, some of the other basic things that almost everybody uses, but those are just simply the add-ons, if you will.
Right.
But most important thing for me is supply and demand. Supply and demand. Supply and demand. That's what I dream about at night. So, but yeah, that's about all I have on that. Any thoughts? Any questions? Anybody on that? Oh, Maria.
Great.
Yeah.
You got a lot of.
So you can do that. You can do any time frame you prefer. I personally stick with the higher time frames because that's where the banks are playing. So again, weekly time frame for my curve. Number 1, step 1. Trend is my daily. Might be easier So curve, week, trend, daily. I'm such a perfectionist. I got to capitalize everything. And then supply and demand zones on the 4 hour. Right? 4 hour. Curve on the weekly, trend on the daily, supply and demand on the 4 hour. And then again, you can, if you like
to go through the Fibonacci's really quick. If you can see that, she wants to go through the fibs, Maria.
Really the fibs. Oh yeah, sure. Now this example will be a little different just because we're just starting this new uptrend, this relevantly brand new trend. But yeah, I mean, a lot of people. Oh, okay. So yeah, actually, I can kind of do this. So here's a little bit of a trend line I could put in. Right? There it is. Oh my gosh. Yeah, something like that.
While you get that target, just we would still like to announce that winner around about 6 Central.
Oh yeah.
But guys, you must make sure that you linked your email to your YouTube bio, right? So that is very, very important. If you haven't done that, then we can't select a winner. If someone has done it and they haven't won yet, then we'll definitely select someone that has done it, right? Sorry, I'm talking over myself here. We're looking at 2 different chats here. So we're still trying to decide on a winner. Go ahead.
Yeah, just to finish on the fibs, because this is a brand new trend, I'm not really interested in using it because I just assume that, because it's currently curving around, I mean, it's probably going to do some deep retracements for a little bit. Once price starts getting up here and climbing faster, that's where the fibs really come into play for me. Not so much at the bottom. So, you know, I mean, I could put in a fib right here, but it's not going to do a whole lot. It's not going to change my thoughts on anything because, you know, you already went through the 50, you already went through the 61, you already went through into, this is pretty much what they call the kill zone, the 71 to 88 level. It's just a different trading style I learned a long time ago. But yeah, I don't really pay much attention to the fibs. All I care about is just retrace, come back down to that higher low, right? Because this was the original low. That's the higher low. Kind of follow that trend line I drew through there. Okay, the low point over here. And just get a bounce and then get a engulfing candle, a bullish engulfing candle. Now, probably I would use a 1 hour time frame to, because again, it's kind of the rule of 3 to 5, 4 hour demand zone. But I'll probably go down to the 1 hour on this particular example to find that bullish engulfing candle, because that's a brand new zone. I mean, it's a brand new trend, right? So I just kind of need a little more, you know. If I were buying this market further up, you know, further up in this area, then I'd be looking for a 15-minute or 30-minute bullish engulfing candle. But down here, just need a little bit more proof. So give me a 1 hour bullish engulfing candle, you know, after it's hit the zone. And yeah, then we're off to the races. So that's about as simple as it's as simple as I want to explain it, because I mean I could go into a lot more detail, but I don't want to confuse anybody on the first lesson on it. So that's it. That's it, fellas. That's really it.
We got one more question, and it looks like I just want to make sure we get all of this before I jump into my deep dive. But it looked like she said, sorry, it was the fib that you set up to emulate the flag.
Oh, yeah. So if you go onto it's called the trend-based fib extension. Just like it shows right there.
Yep.
And you can just put a star beside it. But yeah, trend-based fib extension. Because I use my fib retracement, my regular fib retracement, you know, to see my 50, my 61.8. But if you just go to trend-based fib extension, then you can edit that. You can really edit either one. I mean, I just, you know, the fib trace is only 2 clicks, 1, 2, as opposed to, so that's why I use that, because it's quicker, as opposed to the trend-based, which you have to click once, click twice, and click a third time. So it's just one extra click, right? But that's why I use it for the curve tool, just because I don't use it near as often as I do the 50%, the 61.8, if that makes sense.
Right.
But
cool.
Well, that's it.
For sure.
So I hope that helped you guys out, Mr. Peeps. Others might need to cut that and save it as a video.
Yeah, that was awesome.
Thank you.
I loved it myself.
Right on.
I loved it.
Maybe
myself.
I'll touch on
again to our viewers. Oh, sorry, Tiger. Thanks for
that.
I
say really quick
if
you want to make sure everyone can get everything together for the drawing, and then I'll be right back so I can do my deep dive.
Cool. 100%.
Yeah. Sounds good.
Yeah, guys, we need those email addresses in your YouTube bio so we can make a selection, get a name, so that we can select our new winner for today of a 10K Forex Challenge account. So if you haven't won yet and you still need to complete those steps, please do. We'll be selecting a name based on a person who followed the steps. Nice. So please make sure you subscribe to both Hola Prime global accounts as well as your Hola Prime TV channels. Please keep on commenting during a live session. You guys are already doing that. But very importantly, step number 3, that's why we're a little bit delayed with this announcement, is make sure that your email's in your YouTube bio so we can contact you with your account details. Right, so we want to announce that winner live in just a while, but we really need to make sure that the person that wins has followed all those steps. All right, so we will be basing the winner on the person who has, gone through all of that. So we have a lot of winners here in the chat that's won before, so we'd like to obviously give it to someone who hasn't won yet. So if you haven't done so already, please go follow those steps on screen that you're seeing there right now.
Right on. Michael, you ready for your setups?
You already know it.
You know, I did get in my trade, by the way, just so you guys know. The Aussie dollar Swiss,
nice.
It finally did break to the bottom, so we'll just let her rip, Tater Chip. We'll give her hell.
Nice. So, Steve, all of these YouTube sessions are recorded and should be available directly after our session, which ends in about an hour and a half, a little bit over an hour and a half. Hour 15 minutes. Just go to our YouTube channel at the Hola Prime TV channel, and you'll see Forex Fire. And I think it's normally available like almost immediately after we end the session. Maybe wait 10 or so minutes, and then you should be able to rewatch it. You're welcome, Steve.
Sweet.
There you go.
Awesome.
Cool.
Back in and
take us away there, Michael.
Yeah, of course. Cool, guys. So I know earlier today we had a question. Who was that from? Let me look back at it. That was from, looked like On-Chain Ali. Was basically asking about, he says, hey, Coach Michael, with the NASDAQ, I know you were waiting for the M to form, but it has gone higher. I'm looking for a head and shoulders forming with the top of the head being around 2369 point ... Does this work with your level system or just the M formation that counts? All right, cool. So I hope you're still here. And also I hope, Chris, I'm sure you're still here. So it's kind of wanted to get into it. Most of you guys probably already know like my process and my style of actually getting to it. But yeah, typically when you guys probably been watching, I start doing this to the point where I leave all of these on. However, obviously as the market progresses and things change, we need to redo this. And this is a perfect example of why we need to redo it, right? Because at first we had this peak high here, right? This was the peak high. I don't know why I didn't draw that up, but had this peak high here, right? And then we had this 1350 cross. So we knew we're in level 1. There was no level 1 move because there was no bounce off of this area. And then we had the 5200 cross. All right, we knew we're in level 2, looking for that M, half bat, head and shoulders off the 200, which never happened, right? Like, even though you got this is why I say you can't take the V's, guys, because this was more of a V and it turned around the other way. By the time it retested this area over here, they're like, there's actually more money at the top. So let's keep going higher. And that blows out the entire thing. So this whole entire thing is dead. And this is why, like Richard, like Tiger, we always create these if-then scenarios, right? This is what is expected. But if this doesn't happen, it's a pass. It's it's pretty self-explanatory. You don't want to take these trades. You just let it go, right? So, Chris is here. Okay, cool. So let's dive into everything from the start and at the top. I'm going to erase this now because this is no longer valid. Right. And then kind of getting into the question, looking for that M, we're no longer looking for that M, to say at the very least. And reason being is we have this fresh 5200 cross to the upside now. Right. I'm no longer interested in shorts. I'm interested in longs. Right. Which, to be totally honest, I'm happier to take longs than shorts at this area. We all know NAS, US 30, S&P, they've been making pretty significant highs, right? So I don't want to short it against the trend. However, I will if it sets up, but I would much rather it go long instead of for me long to take it. So getting back into it, at this point, we have this level 2 long, right? Which we're looking at because we have this 5,200 cross. So in essence, my bias has changed, which is you always got to be flexible in the markets, right? Especially day to day and in these news driven markets. Right, you guys got to be flexible with this. Don't get caught up and be too biased. Whereas we would say, marry a trade. Right. Let's go on some dates first. It's so funny, guys. We always, at least me, not maybe you or two, always correlated to dating and movies for some reason because that's and sports. That's how I see it. That's like the best analogies I can kind of come up with. I don't know if that's good or bad. Right. Right. I find it relatable. So I always kind of wing to those. But yeah, I'm no longer interested in this one. She's a little bit mercurial, to say the least. So now I want to go the other way and see if we can get some longs in here, right?
Yeah.
Something like that. Right. Market baseline is obviously above the static already and pointing up. However, there's no reload yet, right? After the cross has happened. So we still need this to come down and give us that reload, right? I think I already have my reload place in here, do I? Yes, we do. Sweet. All right. So I want to see something like that at this point going long, right? And I'll target something like this. All right, stops below the swing. Just want to be bad at all, guys. And then it's like a 3-for-1. I would take this trade any day. Any day. Now, NAS obviously is a very fast mover, so be careful with your entry because this could turn from a 3-to-1 to a 2.5 really quick, right? So just be mindful of that. But yeah, no longer interested in shorts. I don't know why I keep forgetting the name. It was that's what it is. One chain only, right? Or on chain only, right? So we're looking for more of longs at this point on NAS 100, right? Which again, I'm more biased to taking these because it's almost like for some reason, no matter what news come out, the market, NAS, S&P, US 30, they seem to always go higher no matter what. So I'm kind of biased to going long. I just can't actually directly execute longs. I want to see my setup appear first on the long side, right? So yeah, I'm looking for longs at this point. I want it to look something like this. All right. Now moving along to US 30. This has been blown out the box as well. As you guys can see, I've drew this a few times this week, but we do have this peak high, which is here. Again, PH is peak high. All right. And we have not broken the level really yet. So, not to the downside, at least. There was no one trade, as you can see. It was really, really quick. We got this super down move. So it went from level 1 to level 2 really quick, right? So there was no level 1 trade, right? The level 1 trade was a pass. Whoops, level 1, right? And then we were looking for, once the 5,200 crossed, we were looking for ends off to 200. All right, and if we zoom here, we can see that this is pretty much done, right? And this is the importance of not jumping in too early. And Siri just said something to me. Hang on. I don't know what I just said to activate Siri like that.
Google. Okay, Google.
Is she correcting you?
Yeah, I don't know what I can just jump on. All right, but just wanted to point these two examples out, guys. Like, some of these rules I have are hard rules for a reason, right? And it basically keeps you out of bad trades. So when I say, hey, I want my alert to go off here at the 43,930 level, close, not touch, but close, right? No wicks, as Rich knows. Body, we need body below this.
Body's on.
Close below this.
Only bodies.
That's why I say this, because just look what happens here. It literally touched it and went the other way. Why? Because there's anywhere below this area here, there's short orders pending. So if you had a pending order short below this area, you got tagged on, and you've probably been stopped out at this point, probably, unless unfortunately you don't have a stop loss, which you were stopped out before you entered the trade. Right. So this is one of those scenarios where, again, guys, you want to make sure you get the close below this area. It happened once here, and it happened slightly again here. All right, so this is why I always say, make sure you get the close below the 800. It's kept me out of this bad trade. Right, you'd be getting stopped out for sure. Had I taken this at one of these two levels and just got, I don't know, had some FOMO, some fear of missing out, and I just jumped in short, I would have been out here. If I took it again here, I would have been out again. If I took it a third time, whatever, I would be getting stopped out. Right, so again, just make sure you are following the process in essence. So cool. This is done at this point. Reason being is, yeah, we didn't have the 5,200 cross just yet. It's about to cross here, it looks like, but this is not going to go back down. This is going to end up doing something crazy like this, bouncing and going back the other way to the upside. Right, so I don't want to say I'm no longer short right at the moment, but I'm very close to not being short again. Because news could come out today at, I know we got some more like 8:30, whatever the case may be. If this happens to just do some funky move and drop down hard, yeah, I would still take this short. Why? Because the 5,200 has not crossed just yet. So I'm still super interested in this being short until I'm proven otherwise.
There goes the pound.
Yep. Drop the rates.
There goes the pound.
And it's a flying
official bank rate,
around.
4%. Forecast at 4.
There it goes.
Stayed at 4.
There it goes.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see. Kind of jump ahead. Pound pair, all to the upside. Pound pair to the upside. Pound pair to the upside. Upside. All of them. Oh, look at this. All right.
There's your little setup, isn't it?
It kind of is. It kind of is. It kind of is. Let's my very first rule of thumb is when I get excited about a pair, I cannot execute. I need to do my
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. I badly want to get in a trade too, but I'm sitting on my hands.
Yeah. So just be careful. All right, cool. I'm glad to see that. At least we got that. What was that? GN? That was GN, it looked like.
Pretty well. Yeah, pretty well. All the pound pairs are flying up at the moment.
And then, like I keep mentioning, right? The close above the 800 EMA. It's above. We'll see it. We'll see how it goes. I'll get to it in a second. So let me get back to
cool.
The beginning here. We got an hour. It's no rush. Yeah, it's no rush. Yeah. That's the thing. As soon as you start rushing, that's when things get messed up at. So I like to be cool, calm, collected.
Yep.
Just to say the least.
Wait till the volume comes in.
All right.
Yes. So cool. So just kind of jumping back into this, I'm no longer, I can't say all the way interested in this long, but this is dying out very, very quickly. So I'm going to take all of this off and just leave my alert on just to see what happens, right? I will, however, keep my short bias on here. The thing is, the further this goes up, the higher my stop loss has to go. And if I'm targeting the lows, we're just at a 1-for-1 right now. So if this keeps going higher, it's going to eliminate my short. So just always keep in mind, your stop got to go above the swing. This is going to end up not working. I can say it right now, because if you look, we're outside the band, inside the band. Now we're back outside the band over here. That's what I don't like. This is going to end up not working out. But I'm going to keep this on here just in case something happens. I don't want to miss the move. Right, so moving along, we got this same thing. It looks like all three of these were looking short at first, and now they're long, right? We had this peak high up here. We had the 1350 cross to the downside. Then it went back up, so it's canceled, back to peak high. Then it crossed again, back to the downside. No level one move. Why? Because quickly it came down so hard. There was a 5200 cross, so we're looking for M's off the 200. And as you see, none of these four possibilities, check because this will take this, check because we'll take this, check we'll take this. As this says, this is a no-go. This is a no-no. You don't take the V.
No. OV.
Right? Yeah. If you take the V, you're going to turn into a victim.
And get a virus.
Right.
Yeah, you can't take the V. You need the second. You need the second pass to retest the area and then drop. You can't take the V, right? But as you can see, guys, this is all the way up here now. This is kind of like the last one, US 30. This is about, which is basically right here, right? Turning to the upside. We nearly can't take this anymore. This is almost done. Right, so pass on this one. All right. In fact, I'll go ahead and delete all this because this is definitely crossing at this point. I'm no longer interested in long shorts. I would be interested in something that looks like this at this point. All right. Some type of W structure going back along, taking out those highs. Yes, market baseline will need to come back down below the static because it needs to make that reload. And that move will look something like this. All right.
Oh, it's so
really funny a bit. So make sure the R to R makes sense. But yeah, something more like this is what I want to take. Even up here is good. We're going to take this up here. Almost a 2-for-1. Right. So just keep that in mind as well. All right, so moving along. Gold. I know we had that gold mentioned earlier today. Rich, you mentioned that you want to see it come down a little bit lower, possibly. Same here. Yeah. This will be a perfect move if we can get this to come down. All right, nearly a 1 for 2.5. All right. Get that reload happening over here. I want to see it look something like this. As you guys notice, it's kind of been sitting in the same little area for a little bit. So they just need to tag those orders on, create that quick structure, and get out of there. That's what I would love to see. Right? We're in level 2 long at this point. All right, so that's gold. Silver is blown out the box as well. As you guys can see, we're looking for some type of head and shoulders pattern. This is gone now. All right. Reason being is I'm gonna delete this. Why? We have this fresh 5200 cross to the upside now. All right. We know we're in level 2, long. And we're looking for that pattern, which again, I'm much more biased to taking gold longs than gold shorts. So I would love to take a long on gold versus a short. right? Looking for something like that. Once again, market baseline is above the static, we need to come down for that reload. And that move will look something like this. Oops, something like this. Right, targeting these highs again, stops below the swing. Almost a 2 for 1. Not bad at all. If you can get a nice pullback on this, you could actually probably get a 2 for 1. Right, depending on the swipe, can get you a nice one. Let's say somewhere around there, 2.5. All right. So that is my take on silver. All right. I'm looking at the chat. If you guys got any questions about any of these pairs, like a deeper dive, let me know. I'll get into it while I'm scuba diving already. I'll get into it all.
Michael, real quick,
Right.
I was just sorry. Let me turn my stupid alerts off. So I was just looking at this rate decision that they had in the UK. So they're apparently pretty torn on this decision they had today, because they had forecasted 8 of the 9 governors were wanting to decrease like they did, and only one was wanting to keep it the same. But they actually had a completely different. So they had 4 dissenters and 5 that wanted to drop the rate. So they just barely had that decision to drop the rates by 1 vote. So we thought we had it weird when we had two of our governors or board members dissent this last rate decision we had. They had 4.
Right.
So that's definitely interesting to see that that indecision in there. Just thought I'd throw that out there.
Oh yeah, for sure. The fundamental sentiment is always key at the end of the day.
Yeah. So maybe we got it better here than we thought. If Bank of England is swallowed, got half your people dissenting.
For
Interesting
sure.
stuff. Interesting stuff.
Nice. Cool. Yeah, that is my take on gold. When are we doing the winner here? Pretty soon, guys. If you haven't already, as you already know, make sure you have you follow both channels, have your email in the bio, so we can pick somebody out here, win one of these free accounts. All right.
Yeah.
Cool. So, all right, moving along here, we got crude oil. Crude looking the same. We're still in level 2. Right. We have still not had a touch to that 200. So I'm looking for that same thing, right? That M structure off the 200. Some type of move that looks like this. Now we got a little bit lower, 3 for 1. Let's scoot this, move over to the TDI here, and looking for this reload. Right, same exact move, guys. Level 2, 5200 cross, M off the 200. M, half a bat, head and shoulders, whatever it is, right off the 200. All right. Cool. You got something to say quick here, Richard?
Guys, we're just still deciding on a name. We have a few of the viewers in here that has not linked their email address to the YouTube bio. So until that has happened, we'll unfortunately have to delay things a little bit, but we're still planning on giving away that prize during this session, right? So we still have an hour to do so. So again, if you haven't done so already and you haven't won, make sure that you subscribe to both the Hola Prime TV and global accounts, right? And comment on this live session. You guys have been doing that already, but this one has been delaying a little bit. Step number 3 is make sure your email is in your YouTube bio so we can reach out to you, contact you with that account details to get you set up. Again, we want to give away a 10K challenge account. Unfortunately, we're a little bit delayed. There are some people who haven't followed the steps as yet, or all of them. Until that time, we'll have to just delay things a little bit. But we'll get someone for sure. We managed to do that for more than 2 weeks now, so
yeah,
we'll continue to hopefully do so going forth, right?
The procrastinators. Can't say I'm any better. Gents, I'll be back in 2 minutes, okay?
Okay, sounds good. Well, yeah, guys, make sure your email is in that bio so we can actually pick you, right? To win this 10K account. One of the 3 main steps. We got to be able to reach out to you to put your account and attach it to you. So make sure your email is in that bio of your YouTube. Otherwise, we have to pass it along, guys. So if you don't have your email in your bio, we're talking about you, to say the least.
Okay.
All right. Well, cool. Just moving forward here, guys. That is the lookout, the possible setup here on crude. Next up, we have Bitcoin. Bitcoin is still in this little range here. I really don't want to touch this going short. Well, I don't, but I want to touch it going long either. Not at the moment. This is just sitting. Bitcoin, weirdly enough, is one of the most patient bearing asset classes there is, because it's like, wow, you have to be so patient to even get anything out of it.
When that thing goes into a correction, it can really frustrate, right? It just does that for ages and ages and ages. Yeah. Make everyone doubt themselves, or they take profit, and boom, next bull market starts again. Especially those that actually hold, the token. Should I say token? That's probably not the right word, but holds Bitcoin in a wallet, whatever the case might be.
Right. Cool. I got a question here from Josh. It says, Coach Michael, the drawings you are drawing, it is like a version of the chart? Oh, broader version of the chart, or the chart that you're expecting of the markets? Yeah, this is my expectation. I'm always creating an if-then scenario. If this happens, say, for example, just coming back up, if this happens, I'll take the trade. If this does not happen, there is no trade. That's really it. So I'm looking for this to happen more than anything. Right? This is like what I would love to see before this even happens, to being able to engage in the trade. Depending on how it looks on the hard right edge, I may not take it. I may put a partial position on. I might put a full position on if it's like perfect. If it sets up like this perfectly, I'll definitely take a full position. If it's almost there, maybe I won't take it. Maybe I'll just put a smaller position on. I don't know. Kind of just needs to pan out. Something according to that, basically. I hope to answer your question there. Cool. So still a little early here. I got a lot of them to go. That's Bitcoin.
Michael, before you go on, can I just ask Tiger something?
Tiger? Yeah, of course.
Yes, sir.
Do you have a demand zone on the UK 100 that price just reached? I just want to see if we've got some overlapping analysis happening here on the FTSE.
What time frame?
One would think the FTSE just came down really hard. One would think that it could potentially strengthen now with that rate decision.
I don't see anything on a daily. I don't see anything on a
smaller time frame.
So it went through a 2-hour zone. Chopped right through it.
Give me 1 second here, guys. You can share your chart too if you want to, Tiger. I'll just go back and finish up when you're ready.
Oh yeah, that's fine. Yeah, just move it on over back in. Here, Adam.
I'm talking smaller time frames here, maybe like on a 1 hour.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so we'll get my chart up real quick back in and take a quick peek at that. I'm just going to hide my master.
Hi, million subscribers. Thank you for joining.
Hello, hello. Million subscribers. Hey, bring half of that over here.
Please
We're
do.
trying
Please
to
do.
grow our channel as well.
Back in, can we switch to Tiger's chart, please?
Let's see. Yeah, so we had this demand zone that it chewed right through. So it chewed right through that one. Looking down a little further. Let's see here. There's a 15-minute. So now we got a 15-minute zone right here. Let me just zoom into that. So we got this 15-minute demand, and it is currently, looks like it's finding a bid, catching a bid on that one at the moment.
Yeah.
A little bit of a bullish engulfing candle on that one, but didn't have like a big volume spike. But I mean, the candles there on a 5-minute, 15, still developing. Okay, so here's your 10-minute. Really nice wick in. Finished, closed at the top. The top of the range of that candle. If we're just looking at that candle there, because you had a wick all the way down to here, so.
Okay,
it's a
we can switch to
potential.
my chart quickly. Thanks for that, Tiger. I want to see if there's some overlapping sort of analysis from both sides here. We can switch to my chart. I'll show you what I'm seeing here on the UK 100. And before I do show you support, can we please forward a million subscribers, the new person in the chat there, our Hola Prime Global YouTube link, please, so that you can go and join.
Yeah.
Cool. All right. So lots going on here. Let's just quickly zoom out quickly. We've been following this upwards move on the FTSE for quite some time during these sessions, right? I had this counter that I had to update a few times, assuming that we're still busy with the fifth wave move to the upside. Now, I also said a few weeks back that price might be tracing out in not a symmetrical, a expanding triangle. We're almost escaping there, and a potential fourth wave that ended after that completed. Again, 5 waves, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Where did it reach? The lower end of this channel that's been on this chart for quite some time. Now we had a move back up, and you can see the price struggled to get through the center channel line over here. And if we go now to a smaller time frame, just to see what's happening with this drop here, we have a potential zigzag lower after a 5-wave incline. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This could be an ABC, a very violent one, with the next leg higher to potentially start. Again, where from? Potentially from this lower channel line. Now, something I do quite often, if price undershoots or overshoots a market geometry line like it did over here, it wicked below it. You'll quite often, it's what I call as above, so below. If price retests an area where it's underthrown an area in this case, and you do that, then it came exceptionally close to that again. And now we're getting a little bit of a bounce to the upside. If this is an ABC, where did it reach? The lower median line of my favorite pitchfork setting, the shift pitchfork. We could change the setting on that to modify it as well. We have the center line. And for me, this could potentially be a trade. It looks very scary. Very sharp movement lower. This after that news came out. We have but it's already been mitigated. Fair value gap over here. Price pulled back into it again. Not ideal. Would have been nice if it wasn't tested before. But if I have to look at the overall count, if this was a fourth wave, and assume that the fifth wave is underway. This might just be a corrective move within that first move higher. 5 waves up, A, B, C, and now we might get something like that. Let me just extend that. Something like that, right? That's just a visual of what could unfold here. So I'll be hanging around a little bit, see if the price can bounce a little bit higher. I'll hand things back to Michael or Tiger. And hopefully during the session, we might still have time. If we can retrace a decent portion of that hour candle that just hit that area there, then I might get into this trade. The only issue I'm seeing here is that this will have to be a swing trade, and we still have most of today left and obviously tomorrow. But, I don't think if this is going to go higher, that it's actually going to reach, if it does do that. Probably going to have to give us a bit of a wider berth. That it's actually going to reach that upper median line if things goes my way, or upper channel line, in 1 day's time. And I do not want to hold things over the weekend. So let's see what happens. I'll make a decision soon, but that is the analysis. That's also why I asked Tiger if he's got anything that sort of overlaps around about that same area. So it does look like there is like confluence from different analysis techniques over there. Again, I'm using market geometry, a bit of pattern analysis, and yeah, it is what it is. We're getting a bit of a bounce higher. Let's see if I can get into a trade here. Cool. Nice. That's me, guys. Back to you, Coach Michael. I also just got a poll that popped up asking what ruins a perfect setup for you. Is it unexpected news, low volume session, early entry FOMO, or doubting your own analysis or bias?
That's
so if you don't mind, please go and vote. It's very, very easy. Oh, for sure. It's been a thorn in the side of a lot of traders recently.
Back end should have put tweets. Should have put tweets. Well, that falls under unexpected news, I guess. But
yeah.
Well, same thing. That like ruins my entire setup. If I can have a perfect setup, if I see news coming up, just to be honest, I can't take it on my main accounts, right? Like I can't take it on that. Now my side account, I will definitely take it. And guess what? That account is pretty much in the same place that it's always been. That's how you know it doesn't work well.
A good one.
There was a final. We did get the final poll results from that first one. What was your favorite? What's your current trading confidence level? Looks like the bulk of you, 44%, said overthinking more than trading, followed by locked in and lethal at 22%, neutral at 22%, just following the plan, 11% at second guessing everything. So it's real easy to overthink this stuff. It's real easy to do. That's why, at the end of the day, just try to keep it simple. I mean, that's why, like when I explain supply and demand, that's why I just left it at the 3 steps, right? I mean, I could go into all the nuances of it, but that's the stuff that takes time to get good at.
Right.
But just try looking at things at just the basics. I mean, if you're getting really good at the basics in a very short period of time, then you're on your way. You just add one little piece, just one little odds enhancer, periodically. Don't try to add everything to your plate at once. Just add one little bitty thing that just enhances your odds on getting a trade, right? So that'd be kind of my advice on that. Just
absolutely.
Eating an elephant, you just gotta bite. Take one small bite at a time, right? One small bite.
It's kind of like how I mentioned when I say when I bring up the fact about certain trades, right? Like it's not an M off the 200 all the time. That's just like the primary thing you're looking for. There's also a half a bat off the 200. There's also head and shoulders off the 200. There's also a V off the 200, which again we don't take. You're gonna throw one of those four. So it's up to you to determine which one of these it is, and either to execute it with precision or to stay away from it altogether. So that's that nuance, or minutia is also called, right? Like that you gotta make sure you're not.
Word. I haven't heard minutia in a long time.
I got that. I got that from Billions, the TV show Billions. You know, they use all of those high-tech words, right? I'm like, oh, minutia. I had to look that word up.
Before you said billions, I figured that's what you were going to say.
Yeah. I'm telling you, there's no show that has more vocabulary that I've never heard before beyond the TV show Suits with Harvey Specter, Billions, of course, and The Blacklist. Those 3 television shows, I've never had to watch a show and look up the words that were being used. Like never, like those 3 shows.
I mean, even with the Big Short, you know, there's default swap bonds and all that stuff in the housing market.
Oh yeah, the movie, the movie.
Even some of the terminology there was like cheapers, and how they actually construct these type of contracts, you know, and that you can actually create a contract to go against them. It's insane.
But that's the most ridiculous thing I ever heard. Right? But you remember the quote of the movie, right? When they were talking about the credit default swaps, he said, "So you're saying it's dog shit wrapped in cat shit?"
Yeah.
Ryan Gosling was like, "Do you smell that?"
Pretty much, yeah.
I smell money. Yeah, he did a great
job. That movie was so great. They all did incredible.
Tiger, I don't know if you noticed, but you do realize Jordan Belfort's wife is in that movie, right?
Oh, no, I didn't.
Is she?
She's in there, yeah. The exact woman. She was also in that movie with Will Smith called Focus. That same girl, really pretty girl.
Are you talking about the actress?
Jordan Belfort's wife.
You're talking about that. Yeah,
the actress,
you're talking about the actress.
Actress.
Oh, I thought you were talking about real life wife. Yeah,
no,
she's in the tub
in the movie.
Yeah, she's in the tub explaining the credit default swap, I think, right?
Exactly.
Exactly. That was pretty cool.
Now F off.
Yeah. You got it. You said she's in the tub. Yeah, I know you remember that scene.
Yeah, of course. She broke it down perfect, though.
Hey, let's Jordan Belfort's wife.
I have no idea what you guys are talking about.
Oh, you got to watch The Big Short. Everybody on this
the top scene.
Everybody on this chat has to watch it.
What do you mean? I just brought that up.
Yeah.
The movie.
I see Joshua saying Coach Michael Suits. Now you're talking about language. Yeah, it's a TV show. It's about lawyers. Harvey Specter. It's really good.
Yeah.
Like a really good show. Like makes my top 5 for sure. I like it. I like it a lot, actually. Yeah. So my 3 Billions with Bobby Axelrod, the Blacklist, James Spader / Raymond Reddington, and Suits. I would say Suits. Suits with Harvey Specter. So Blacklist, Billions, Suits. Those are my favorite 3 shows. And I like shows. I like watching shows where I don't feel like I'm getting stupider by watching it. Or I'm just wasting my time. I gotta press pause and look up. I'm like, what does that word even mean? I've never even heard that word before. Like I heard Reddington use the word fortuitous. I'm like, fortuitous? I've never heard that before. Oh, it's coincidence. Fortuitous. We hear the word coincidence all the time, but I've never heard fortuitous before.
Something to do with fortitude, maybe? I don't know. I've heard the word. I don't know how to use it.
What's coincidence?
Fortuitous.
By happenstance.
Being like fortunate.
Yeah, being fortunate. Exactly. Yep.
Yeah. I wrote down.
Anyway, I like watching shows. Yeah, even minutia. Billy TV I watch.
Right.
Otherwise, I feel like I'm getting stupider by watching this.
Yeah. Trifles or details, minutia. Yeah, trifles or details.
Yeah, it's like the super small details. Yeah.
That's super fancy.
And I believe, trading has that, right? Like there's a lot of like what you just said. Like, yeah, I can get into all this stuff, but let's not overwhelm you. Let's get you understanding this first, and then we can get into the minutia of it.
Yeah, yeah, the minutia of it. Yeah, so nice. It's
right. Sweet. Well, jumping back into it. Let's see what else we got here. Suits, Mr. Pete. Suits the show that they say goddamn about 100 times per episode. Drives me nuts. Yeah, I like that. The only thing I don't like about Suits is I'm a big stickler for when the TV show first comes on. I guess like I don't know what you call it, like the song or the anthem of the show, maybe. Mm-hmm. That's the only thing I don't like about Suits. Yeah, the theme song or whatever. Suits, yeah, it's not good. I don't like that. That's the only thing that I don't like. You're like, I'm like, really? That's it? That's what you came up with?
Spent their budget elsewhere.
Yeah, that was weird. One of the coolest ones is makes my. Go ahead.
Let's maybe jump back into the charts there. Get through some of those instruments you have not gone through, please, Michael. I see that
for sure.
The back
I'm gonna say one of the coolest
supports
ones is one of the TV shows Narcos. I love there. They got a I forget the name of the guy, but he does a really good job. It's called Tu Usera. It's a Spanish song. He does really good with that. It's like one of the best anthems ever. Like super, super cool.
Right.
Yeah, if you guys haven't checked it out, it's pretty nice. Cool. So getting back into it all, we just passed up on again, I don't actively watch this, obviously. I'm just looking for this for the rate exchange here. But if I was to look at this, right, and I was to actually trade this would be it. I see this fresh 5,200 cross here. Right. We got this. Yeah, you're level 2 rather. We got the 5,200 cross, so we're in level 2.
Oh, that's right.
Right. And then pretty much, I'm hoping this doesn't happen because I want this to go up and not down, right? But this nice M structure off the 200, kind of going back above, you know what I mean, for the reload here. Yeah, I want this to go the other way. This helps me out tremendously. So I don't want it to go short. I want it to go long. Right, but I will be looking at something like that. Same move as always, guys. 5,200 cross to the downside. Looking for M's M's, halfbacks, head and shoulders off the 200 going short, right? With the reload, of course. So just really quickly about that one. And then let's get into some Forex pairs. I think a lot of these will be pretty self-explanatory because I've been going over for the last few days. EU has been blown out the box, so I will delete everything I have here. I'm no longer interested in going short on EU, right? Because I have let me delete this too. Because we have the 5,200 cross going to the upside, right? We know we're in level 2 going long, right? So I'm looking for that M structure or W structure rather off this 200 EMA. Going back up here. Market baseline is already above the static. I want to see it come down. Give me that reload. And boom. That's what I want to see happen. Here. Going above. Right. Stops below. Nice 2 for 1. I would love this. Love this. If this is going to happen this week, I have no idea. I just know this is what I'm looking for on EU.
No idea.
Right. So that's
Has
EU.
the pound US dollar left a station then, Michael? after that news?
Kind of, not really. To me, it's kind of still hanging around in the same spot. Yeah, it looks like it's going short. Hopefully, it can do what I just drew out here. Come on down. Don't just bounce off the 50 and try to go the other way, because if it does that, that's not a move for me. Right? Right? So it needs to come down to the 200 and give me that structure and then go long. I would love it if it did that. Right? So not huge, not the best, not the worst. This could happen today, tomorrow, next week. I have no idea. I just know I'm looking for this structure. All right. Next up, we got EJ. EJ is kind of funny looking. Reason being is I'm gonna just step away from this one. We have this possible 5,200 cross that's like right here. Right. Before that, we have a 1350 cross. All right, so we know we're in level 1 long. All right. And then here we have level 2 long. But it's right on the it's funny, Tiger, you used the word the other day in news, I believe, but you used the word precipice. That's another word I learned. It's funny. It's right on the precipice of
So very close. Michael, sorry to interrupt there, bud. Just got word from the back end, our support team, that we have found a winner.
Oh, hey!
A winner of the next 10K Forex Challenge account that completed all the steps necessary. So thanks for that effort. And we've been giving them away daily for quite some time now. And, hopefully we'll continue for quite some time. But, we got some artwork that's been finished up on the side here, and the name will be popping up on the screen very soon. So let's do a quick drum roll. The winner of today's 10K Forex Challenge account goes to million subscribers. Congratulations.
Hey.
You are today's winner. We'll be contacting you via email with your account details. That should be arriving around about, 10, 20, maybe 30 minutes from now, but you will definitely get it. You can, I think all of these other guys in the chat here can vouch for that, and we'll get you set up. If you've got any questions, anything you struggle with to get us set up, join our Discord channel if you haven't done so already. And just ask. We'll definitely help you out. We've got an amazing support team. Or reach out to our support via our website, holaprime.com. But again, our prize goes to million subscribers. Congratulations.
Love it. Congrats.
Good stuff.
Congrats. All right, I put congrats because I have fat fingers.
Congrats.
Congrats.
Right. Felicidades. Good job.
Por supuesto.
You're welcome.
Right.
For sure.
Yes. Thanks for joining. Appreciate you. And it's just that easy, guys. Get you an account. Make sure your email is in your bio of YouTube, and you can be like a million subscribers.
Made your day. Good deal. We aim to please.
Absolutely.
Good stuff.
Sweet. We'll get back into it. How much time we got left? Looks like about 30 minutes left before we kind of bring on to the next session. Cool. I'll run through this. I don't think it's too much different than it was yesterday. Let me get to it here. Right. So, yeah, this is what EJ's looking like. We got that pretty much right on the precipice of the 5,200 crossing, right? So looking for longs here at this point. Want to see that W structure all the way to the price point here. Of course, with the reload, and that will do it for EJ, right? I'm more biased to the long side than the short side. Major day. Awesome.
Good stuff.
EN has still not happened just as of yet. As you see, we crashed this trade last week, as you guys remember, 5,200 cross to the downside. structure off the 200 with the reload. Bang. That's how it's done. Right. So when you see this move, you want to. This is what you should be looking for. It's why I draw this out every week, every day of every week, basically. Every day except Saturdays.
Guys, excuse me for a minute, please.
Yeah, take your time. All right, so we're looking for
every day but Saturday. We got to have that one day to ourselves, right?
Yes. Every day but Saturday. Right, so looking for the longs here on EN. We'll see if that pans out. Nice 1 for 2.5, so looks good. And then we got EC. I don't know why I don't have this marked up, but let's do it. We got this 5200 cross over here, so we know we are in level 2. Right, and same thing, guys. We're looking for more or less that W, oops, scoot this down, that W structure off the 200 EMA, back to the upside. Market baseline is above the static, so we want to come down to give us this reload. And that move will look more or less something like this. To the upside, below, and bang. This is almost looks like a 4 for 1, guys. Work out great if this sets up.
Yeah, 3.96.
Right. I would love to risk 1,000 to make 4,000. Sounds great.
Yeah. Not a bad one there.
Not at all. So that's EC. Oh, if you look at EG, EG's trying to attempt to give us that first leg over here. Right. And just check this out now. I always say this: once the 5200 cross, you're looking for that move off the 200. Why is price not bouncing off 50 the right way, but just falling down? Because that's the next cycle.
Getting close to my demand zone too.
Yes, you gotta get it the way you need to see it. That's gonna help you out tremendously. Right. So. Maybe not all the way up here, always targeting the ADR high. All right, so nice 1 for 2.38. Not bad at all. Plus the reload, looking good. Looking good, looking great.
It's
what are you looking at, Tiger? Getting a
£0. Well, I mean, it's currently in a zone, but I don't like that zone as much as I do the zone underneath it, down at 0.8672. That's the one I'm looking at the most because of the volume. 0.8672, yeah, because the volume, the VSA candles underneath are glowing red. There's like 3 in a row of them.
So you're basically, if you can notice this, you're basically looking at that ADR low right here, or that blue tracer low right here. So I would say it's 86.80. And again, it's not a number, it's a zone. So right.
And then
you said, what's the number you said, Tiger?
86.72. So right where you circled your level 2 cross, it's that zone right to the left of it, straight to the left of it. Yep. On a 1 hour time frame.
I'm gonna put this in here. I'm gonna put Tigers on.
Tiger zone.
Yeah, this is Tiger zone right here.
0.8672. That's proximal line. So obviously the distal line would be down around 0.8658. So that's the range. 8658 to 8672. That's what I'm eyeballing. Looking it up and down.
58 to 72. Okay.
Yeah, 8658 to 8672. With a stop loss below that. Yep.
Love it.
All that.
Love it.
The candle all the way to the left.
It's interesting, right? This is pretty much the same area, like same zone, basically.
I'm just a cheap one, Michael. I go for ridiculous discounts. So, but I miss a lot of trades too because they just, quite frankly, run off and leave me. But I'm okay with that because I just go for the cheaper ones. And it just I have a little bit better of a winning percentage when I do that. Is all. But,
Good discounted.
Yep. Discount City. Like the old Walmart slogan.
I see something on my screen over here. I want to get to it so I can I can't tell what's happening just yet, but I'm gonna see it. It's on UF. We'll see what this looks like.
UFA.
On UF. All right, cool. So moving along, we only got about 25 minutes left on this pushing. This takes me a minute to do, especially by the time we start talking and analyzing pairs and stuff. It takes me a minute to do this.
Flapping our lips.
Yep. Yeah, there we go. Right. So same thing. We're in level 2 going long. I want to see some type of move off the 200. This does not count for the simple fact that market baseline is right along the static. I want to see it below it. I don't like it when it's on it. That doesn't really count to me. It needs to go dip below. Right. So I want to see something like this on Euro AUD. Then I'll be interested in taking it back long to the upside.
When I dip, you dip, we dip.
Right. I remember that song. You're hilarious. You're hilarious.
I always have a song in my head, and when I hear a certain word here or there, a phrase that, it always immediately takes me to a song.
Right. I'm the same way with movie scenes. I'm always acting out movie scenes throughout the day.
Yeah. Nice. That's great.
Right. We got this fresh 5200 cross here, so we know we're in level 2, right? This one's going to take a second to happen, to be honest, because it just happened. But we're going to see this kind of dip down, give us that reload, right? Then that move will look something like this. You got to be careful with this one because the 200 EMA is sitting right there. So as I always say, if this does set up the right way, you want to be at break even by the time price touches this 800, just in case it bounces off of it. Yeah. Right. So just be mindful of that. But overall, still a great setup. It's still a 2 for 1. And this little bit of zone right here, this is a 2 for 1. We can get something that looks like that. Right. GJ. These other 4 pairs I go through quickly because I'm not interested in them at all. They look really weird. They're really low. And this is just not what I'm looking for right now.
Rough.
Reason being is, again, this is super out of whack. It just is not it. So I'm passing on GJ altogether. And then the next 4 I think are like this, which is GA. You can see GA just got some huge spike here.
Wow. Still messy as hell.
Yeah, it's ugly. Like this, a spike does not constitute a trading zone. If anything, it kind of negates it, in my opinion. Right?
It's getting everyone excited.
No.
Unless
and what I learned is the fast move is a false move. Like this is the trick to trap the traders to go the other way.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah. They're just trying to get everyone excited.
Well, they do a good job of it.
Moves.
Right.
Jason,
great job.
Jason, get in. Reverse.
Hurry up. I'm gonna miss the move. We're gonna miss it. Right. So I wouldn't be interested in taking that like that. I want to see this come down and give me that W structure, then back to the upside. Right. There's no reload here. This 5200 will definitely cross. There's no reload. So as I always say, no reload, no trade. This needs to come down and go the other way before I'm interested in it. Right.
Yeah, that's the exact one I've been. That's the exact one I've been watching too, because it jumped right straight into a supply zone, but trying to look to take it the other way, but not with the volume. It's got to calm down first.
Got to let that one go for the time.
Yeah, I'm gonna let it go. Sitting on my hands.
Right. So that's GC. GN. GN, I'll be honest, guys. I might be taking GN in New York. We have to watch this. We got an hour on it still.
Nice.
Oh yeah. So we won't make this in this session. But yeah, exactly what I drew out is pretty much what's trying to form here. You know, minus this weird whatever. We want to see something like this.
Mm-hmm.
Right? A little something like this. Now we will need a pullback. This is a heavy pullback, even if we can get this to this zone here. Yeah. Ooh, see now it's right on the cusp. Risking $1 to make 91 cents. I don't know about that, right? This needs to pull back to maybe the 200. Then I might set a pending order for the 200, and then I'll be interested in it. Right? It has a lot of everything else. So in this case, we need to pick it up to the 4-hour chart. Have 4-hour confirmation. No, we do not. If you look at the previous candle, you see the price is below this 30. So yeah, if this can close up here, pull back to this area, and then run up, I'll gladly take it. But for now, this is a pass. What I will do, however, is set an alarm. Well, an alert for this. Just say great pullback area for POS 1, for position 1, right? This should just help me out if it does pull back to that.
Thought you were talking about the other POS.
POS system. Right. So cool. That's what GN would look like. Just to truck it forward because we're getting close on time. Oh, GF is out of the zone. Look at this. This bad boy is.
Sheeps.
That came all the way back, didn't it?
I'm gonna tell you guys, I got a super long position trade on this right now, and this thing is pushing. I actually want to look at it real quick and see where it's at.
Oh, never mind. It is all the way up there. Pound swings. Yeah.
I am long this. I'm long this right now, but I'm actually testing something out.
Oh, where'd you get in at? How far?
This green line right here. So this is that trade that people are saying was super long, right?
Oh, nice. Okay. Well, that ought to make you pretty happy.
I'm actually really light. I'm the opposite because I'm just testing this out. I got one of my challenge accounts. Yeah. I'm just testing this out just so you can see. But let's see what this is up. Oh, it's up $1,200. Funny enough, $1,300 right now on this position. I'll leave it alone.
Nice.
See.
Go to the moon.
Yeah.
We'll see.
To the moon.
I'm sure it's going to take forever for this to even happen, but maybe something like that. So I'm going to sit through it all down for sure. It's looking pretty good. I'll be honest. This will actually yield. Let me see. This trade is. I'm looking at my screens behind me. Risking $1,000 to make $4,100 off this, so 1 for 4 on this trade.
Mm-hmm.
So not bad at all. Anyway, this is. I don't have enough info on this to say that I'm crushing this trade. This is actually like some lucky stuff going on right now. Just to be honest.
There you go.
All right, so moving on. USD CAD is what I was looking at for the other one. Dang, this is a weird position, guys. I can't touch this though because we got this 5,200 cross to the downside. So as much as I want to have faith in this and say, oh yeah, this is gonna go, I can't. The downside right now, right? Level 2 shorts. So I'm actually going to erase all of this. Delete it all. I'm going to take this off too.
Yeah, that's Yeah.
Yeah. This is done. All right. So, and then we got to worry about this 800 EMA that's kind of sitting right in the way here. Right. We're looking for something like this. Right. So, not sure about this one. To be totally honest, we have to just monitor it because, okay, so it is a 2-for-1. I'll give it that. However, we got this 200 EMA sitting away. So as soon as it gets here, you got to move your stop loss to break even, just in case. Just in case.
Be safe.
And then we got, still need that reload happening too. So it's not ready just yet, but it's close. We'll see. All right, so that's USD CAD. All right, I got 15 minutes right on the dot here. Okay, so I'm sorry, guys. I said USD CAD I was not worried about. I'm actually worried about this one. This is the trade that I might take. It's right here. Right? I got my screen on the wrong one. It says USD CAD over here. That's what's happening. I meant to say USD CHF. Okay, so actually, let's see if this just confirmed. Let me take this off here. Did it? No, we got 58 minutes on this, right? So 1 hour. Yeah. So I won't be able to take this in the stream, but same exact thing, guys, that I draw up every single day. This will confirm in 1 hour, hopefully, right? We got the 5,200 cross, so we know we're in level 2, and we're looking for W structures off this 200. Really ugly. Here, here, here. Boom. That's what I'm looking for.
About the easiest looking W ever.
In a way, right? This is what I'm saying. I'm like, oh, okay, this is what I'm looking for right here. All right. Even if we took the trade and we put our stops below the swing, put this towards the high here, or this one. This is not bad at all, especially if you can get a pullback to this area. This would be really nice. Right.
Yeah.
So,
and that's the same one. I think I told you the other day when you brought that one up. I'm waiting for the 81.71 level to take it short.
So funny enough, if we can get some type of action off this, we already have a reload, right? The reload's already here. Market baseline is below the static, right? It crossed it over here. The only thing out of my entire process that we're missing is the 4-hour close, right? If you look at the previous candle, you can see that this green candle is below the 13 EMA. So what we will be waiting for is for price to close up here for the confirm. You can take half the position here, and I want to take the other half of the position right here to go long.
That's also going to be an off for about an hour, right? On the 4-hour.
Yep. So we can take this trade in 56 minutes if it stays up here. If it
Yeah.
All right. So this will be my trade of the day. USD CHF is what I'm looking for very closely. In fact, I want to put an alert here. Damn. Just put on second position. It's here. All right, so you got that on. We'll see. All right, so UF is at the top of the board for me, y'all. The very top.
Right on.
All right. I know we only got like 10 minutes left, so let me breeze through these. UJ, I'm looking for something like this. All right. Actually, I'm going to delete this because that's kind of ugly. I'm looking for just something like this. Right. And then stops above the swing. TP will be here. Right. Nice. 2-for-1. I can take that. I can deal with that. Still need the reload to happen, and we'll be good to go on that one. We're running short on time, guys, and I still got a few more, so I'll breeze through the rest of them here.
No worries.
Yeah, no worries.
If I do get a setup on the FTSE, I'll probably post it in the Discord as well. So do keep an eye on that. Maybe later.
Okay, sweet. So I was pointing out yesterday, I want to spend just a few seconds on this. Like, you guys see me draw my pattern every day nearly, but I also want to mention, like I always say, it's not picture perfect. Sometimes we have these resets, right? Where we get a peak high, it'll break below, retest that zone, and then go into this area and turn around. This is what we call a reset, right? And then it just resets and just does the same thing but the other way. So you kind of want to be mindful of these, right? This is if you guys are still here, especially you, Chris. I know you follow this closely. This is a great picture of an illustration I drew yesterday as to what a reset will look like. It's not always that picture perfect cycle that I draw. Sometimes it looks like this, and you can still identify where you are with the EMA crosses and the break and retest, but just be mindful that it's not always going to make that same setup, right? Like you gotta deal with that.
Right.
So cool. That's that. This is blown out the box, so we don't want to take this going short anymore. We're looking for longs for the simple fact that we have this 5,200 cross to the upside now, right? So we're in level 2, and we're looking for longs off this 200 EMA at this point, right? Market baseline come down, give me that move off the static. I'm sorry, price comes down, give me that move off the static. Market baseline goes below here, and bang, that move will look something like this. I feel like I'm rushing now because we only got 9 minutes left.
No, you're good.
You're good.
Right.
Good to go. Yeah.
All right, so I'm looking for something like that on AUD CAD. NU, same thing. This might get blown out the box here because we almost have this 5,200 crossing right here. So be mindful of that. I'm still looking for that reload to go to the downside and something that looks like this. But as soon as this 5,200 crosses, I'm no longer interested in this move. So to be looking from upside at that point. So that's NU. In CAD, same thing. Almost at that cross level, but not quite. So I'm looking for something like this. Coincidentally, it's right off this retest zone. Coincidentally, not so coincidentally, it always does that. Right, and then same thing. Market baseline coming, crossing above the static for that reload. Right, so that's NC. NF is blown out the box. I'm no longer interested in that short. Why? We have a fresh 5,200 cross to the upside. So my bias has changed. I want to see this come down, give me some type of W structure going short, then back long. Right? Market baseline will go below the static, then back above for that reload. And that move will look something like this. Got to be careful with that 800 EMA that's sitting right in the way so it doesn't bounce off of it. But this will still give you a nice 1 for 1.7, right? So be cautious of that. 5 minutes and counting down. I'm about to hit a buzzer beater, y'all. Same thing. I'm not interested in this anymore for the simple fact that, again, 5,200 has crossed to the upside. Right? I know I'm in level 2. And I want to see price do something like this. Give me that W structure going back long. Market baseline below the static for that reload. Right, and that move will look something like this. Stops below, of course. Not bad. Nice little 1-for-1, 2. Not bad at all. So that's AU. AF. We're looking at this earlier today. I don't know what to make of AF, to be honest. If I had to guess, something like this. I know we're in level 2. Right? I want to see that market baseline price come down, give me that W off the 200. Market baseline go below the static, back above for that reload. All right, and that move will look something like this. All right.
Yeah, that's the one I'm short at the moment.
Yep, I can definitely see this going short right from this level right here.
Yeah, I'm trying to short it down to you. It's kind of going sideways a little bit in my zone. Anyway.
Come on, bring me that. Bring me that.
Should I sell more? Should I sell more?
Right. This W is a bit short, so I want to redraw. I want to see something more like this. Yep, side. Whoops. Right, price coming. Oh, you guys see my screen?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Aussie Swiss.
Oh, okay.
Aussie Swiss.
I don't know what just happened there. Okay. That move looks something like this. With the reload, of course. Scoot this over. All right. And that's pretty much it. I only got 2 minutes. The CAD yen is dead. Too many ranges. FJ is dead. Too many ranges. CAD Swiss is just all over the place. Not sure what to say about that one. Yeah, that is pretty much it for me, guys. That is pretty much it.
Cool.
Cool deal. Yep. Euro pound pretty well dropped into my demand, so eyeballing it now. But I'm going to post my odd Swiss after the words on the Discord, but I'm going to wait and see that this Euro pound shapes up because that's the one I've been waiting on. Nice. Only downfall is it's a little less of a bullish score. It's right at 5 now, so we'll see if I get the volume.
Cool.
Be super careful on this one. It's a great moving, great decision.
Right.
Got a quick question there from Mr. Peeps, Michael. Before we wrap up here. Asking Michael, would there be a situation where you get the W shape, but the reload does not happen? If that is possible, would you take that trade?
Absolutely not. The saying is, no reload, no trade. Mm-hmm. That's it. No reload, no trade.
You need ammo to fight.
Yeah.
That reload is his rubber band he's pulling back.
Yeah. If we have an M structure off the 200 going down, but let's say the market baseline does not reload and it goes down, there's a 0% chance I would take that trade. Why? Because I used to take that trade, and that was the number one reason I would lose all my damn trades. I don't take that anymore. Yeah. In my rookie days, I don't take that now. You need the reload because that's where the orders get activated to the manipulation phase, in essence. I was getting manipulated.
Yeah, you were the stat. Now you're not the stat anymore.
Yeah, exactly. Yep. So to answer your question, absolutely hell no. You can't take that trade without the reload.
Hell to the no.
Yeah. Thank you, Michael. Guys, we have reached the end of our session. 4 hours in, almost. To all our viewers, thank you so much for joining. Again, to million subscribers, congrats for winning today's 10K Forex Challenge account during the Forex Fire session. Please do stay tuned if you haven't won yet. We'll be giving away more accounts during the next session. In about 15 minutes from now, we got the pre-market session coming up with coaches James and Paul. I believe they will be giving away a 25K challenge account. So do stay tuned for that if you haven't won already. And then in the meantime, guys, go and drop your email address in your bio so you're already set up for that session and maybe next in line. So pre-market pulse coming up in about 15 minutes time, and then we'll roll into the futures session. Again, they'll also be giving another futures challenge account away during that session. So do stay tuned. Again, thanks for watching. Hope to see you tomorrow. And from my side, all the best. Take trades and stay safe. Cheers, Tiger. Cheers, Michael.
Have a good one.
All the best.
Easy, guys.
Bye-bye. Cheers, guys.
All right.
Bye. Hola Prime. Trade with transparency.